Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. Muscle cars, supercars, rad cars, one-of-one in the Spec cars. Coupes, convertibles, compacts, liftbacks, fastbacks, and hatchbacks. We love them all because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
Welcome to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're in north central Georgia, about an hour north of downtown Atlanta. The weather has been almost perfect thus far, only topped by the gorgeous race cars in the paddock and on track. It's the 48th annual The Mitty. Hello everyone, I'm Matt Yoke alongside my pal and legendary voice, Jonathan Green. 260 cars, simply incredible. But first, it begs the question, what is the Mitty?
Well, like you say, and they're starting to roll by us now, and it's a beautiful sound, over 260 cars, as you say. But if you like, there's the legend and then there's the reality. The legend goes back to the late 30s. It's a short story called The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. And Walter Mitty, well, was a fictional character that absolutely had a very mundane life, but fantasized about being something special. About being a surgeon, about being a fighter pilot, or even a racing driver. That's the legend. The reality is it became part of the lexicon, and it was known for people who wanted to do their kind of exciting stuff at the weekend. So what better than racing cars? And that's where the Mitty was born, out of a club race back in the late 70s, and here we are 48 years later.
And it all starts with a dream. Now, when you look at this event, like every HSR event, it's like throwing a rock in the lake and all the cool ripple effects. And one of those here at the Mitty, the featured mark. This year, Mazda.
Yeah, I'm excited because Mazda, it's a very small contribution, if you will, compared to the big Japanese companies. But boy, have they punched above their weight over the years. And now when you look at the history of sports car racing in America, Mazda are right at the forefront and always have been.
From grassroots to the high-dollar exotics, they've covered it all. The Heritage Collection is here on display. Now, we are going to be covering 7 races right here on Racer. Jonathan will be calling all the action from the booth, which, by the way, is way down the hill. So he's going to start hoofing it while I patrol pit lane. Now, the fun meter is certainly going to be pegged today. And it's been a combo platter weekend for NASCAR Classic. Yes, racing here at the Mitty, but also for drivers like champion Kurt Busch. It's been a test and tune weekend, getting ready for the big event, the Le Mans Classic in France. We caught up with KB, the Hall of Famer, on Thursday. Kurt Busch has enjoyed a storied career, Cup Series champion, Daytona 500 winner, and recently inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. And every kid growing up dreams of racing at Daytona and Le Mans. You won the 500. Is reality going to crush the dream as you and 40 plus other NASCAR vehicles are thundering down the Mulsanne Straight?
Man, can you imagine? Like, I just feel like a kid again prepping this car to go, but 40 of us. Like, there's only been one or two back in 1976. Then there was the Garage 56 car, which is one, and everyone's going bananas and bonkers. Imagine 40. We were totally going to make the biggest impression over there with NASCAR Thunder and our V8s.
So back in 2019, you went to Le Mans, but was that moment really ignited in you that this has got to be something I've got to come back and do?
Yeah, with Chip, it's first class over there, and I was just doing research and development for myself and trying to find a GT ride. I just went around and introduced myself. Old school, like I'd like to race here in Le Mans.
Racing is one big family. It's so much collaboration, partnership. When you look at the folks from HSR and Le Mans Classic and what they've been able to partner and put together to create so many special moments for so many other people, that's just amazing what they've been able to pull off.
This is huge. I mean, I had no idea that it was going to be the full track. I thought it'd be like the MotoGP track or the F1 track. No, this is the real deal. And the Classic, the Le Mans Classic, is huge with all the different classes and divisions. And so to have all of us on the United States side collab with them, shipping containers, and the cars leaving 2 months early, yes, this is a huge production. Joe Nemechek has really jumped in to get a lot of the family together.
So you brought back one of your old rides. Tell us about the history behind old number one.
Yeah, so this is a 2020 Las Vegas win on the oval at my hometown with Chip Ganassi and Matt McCall as the crew chief. So we had to teach this oval car real quick how to go around a road course. So spindle change, engine from Hendrick, drive shaft, tranny, and the rear end, to get ready for a road course. So we're just here shaking it down at Road Atlanta and having some fun right now, but she's ready. She's going to be 215 down the straight.
All right, so this is just one of your family members. Let's go check out a few others. A little family reunion.
I knew you were going to do this to me. Like, he researched all the chassis and knew that there's about 4 or 5 of my old cars here. I'm the old guy now, right? This was the number 41 car that I raced at Stuart Haas. This was what I run at Watkins Glen, and now JC France, he's running this at Le Mans.
Is it crazy seeing your chapters of your life?
Yes, especially when you see the rivalry. Like with this 22 Shell Pennzoil car, raced it a few times. Joey Logano is famous with the car, but have a few miles, maybe a few wrecks in this one, and then you know that's Kyle's truck, right?
Yeah.
So KBM, that was my brother drove in that truck. It's crazy, like everyone's putting their cars back together at a quality level, and Joe's helping that out.
Yeah, and then the old number one.
This looks like a Chastain car, but I did drive this at Chip Ganassi when I first got there. And so they've redone this car, and the guy's out there ripping laps.
Does this just continue to conjure
up? There's a Miller Lite car around the corner. Yeah, don't forget about that one.
But does this conjure up all the different special moments in your career?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like just the different teams, racing 30 years, total, 23 years in Cup. Just very thankful, again, with all the crew members, the teams, the sponsors. It's neat to see the car still in good shape.
I love the fact that you walk around, celebration of drivers from the past, cars from the past, liveries, but even Goodyear has gotten into the tribute.
Really? What?
Bill Elliott helped develop the HSR Goodyear Eagle.
You're kidding me.
So to celebrate
this tire,
all he has done, this tire,
D-code.
The D-code is 4409. Bill Elliott's career wins in Cup in 09, that iconic number they made famous in Dawsonville, Georgia.
No way. I mean, that's where the racing family always comes full circle. He's so smart all the time. So tribute to Bill, we're going 212 at minimum at Le Mans.
Road to Le Mans was brought to you by Goodyear, proven legendary.
Now, an important chapter of the Goodyear Road to the Le Mans Classic in France is logistics. Now, going to a normal race, it's always important that logistics, you've got it locked down. But just think, going across an ocean to a completely different continent, it takes on another level. And that's why HSR has paired up with Silver Tiger Logistics. Now, the NASCAR vehicles are lined up much like a production line, and then they're being pushed forward to where there is a cart that the vehicles will be pushed onto. So basically, they'll go on here. Once it's secured, they'll raise it up, and then they'll push a second vehicle under. So each cart has two NASCAR vehicles, a car or a NASCAR truck. Then this forklift will lift both those vehicles up and then take them over to what is another staging area. Now, when you're thinking about the logistics, can you make it just on Monday morning for me, please? A tractor with a container will roll into the speedway, much like a production line. And they'll go in, a crane will take the container off of the container skeleton trailer, and then they'll push in two vehicles, and then at the back, they will put in all of the parts and pieces that these guys and women may need when they get to Le Mans. Because remember, yes, if you're in North America, you can run over to a stock car parts store and pick up whatever you might need, but if you're in France, that's not going to happen. So all of these are all lined up, and basically, you can see, oh, there's the old Citgo car that the Wood brothers had. So once they get to Savannah, you're looking at about a 3-week trip across the ocean. Then they're going to go to Antwerp, where then they'll be offloaded from the container ship onto a barge, and then taken up the river, where they'll finally meet another truck, and then make their way to Le Mans. So much goes in to the Le Mans Classic, and NASCAR Classic being a part of this 4th of July weekend event, it is going to be a special one.
Always love a story about logistics. It's one of the things in motor racing that I think is, well, it's not shown as much as perhaps it deserves to be, and great stuff. And I'm sure that Matt Yoakum is definitely booking his seat on a chance to hear the woods of Le Sarthe and Le Mans roar to the sound of NASCAR. Doesn't get any better. Welcome to the Mitty. I'm Jonathan Green, and as you can see, the Mazdas are featured cars getting ready. The crowd's had a chance to get a closer look at them and meet the drivers. And as you can imagine, it's been a fantastic weekend already. The weather has done its part, and there's been racing throughout. 260 cars in all taking part in this event. And from NASCAR, we now turn to prototype racing. Let's take a look at the highlights of the Prototype Challenge Race 1.
Well, Johnny, I got to tell you, the vibe here on the grid has really been incredible. High energy, a lot of fun. Typical HSR format, up close and personal for the fans. I've got to tell you, my very first road car was a 5-year-old Mazda RX-7. So I've always loved the brand, and I've never seen more Mazdas in one location than I have here this weekend. Between up in the car corral, between the parades that we've seen, the paddock, and even right here on the grid for Spec Mazda. So let's go on up to the front of the grid where a lot of the stories are taking place, because we've had some sprinkles, which has created a wild card. So Cam Gruber, you were going back and forth looking at the weather, and you have finally pulled the trigger and gone with the rains?
Well, we're 50-50 right now. We got the rains on this side, we got the dries on that side. Just that way when we do make up our minds, we only got to change two no matter what. But yeah, it's these races are always tough, right? When you're just watching the radar, and you're hoping that really just no matter what happens, everybody makes the same call. So then at least you're racing everybody on the same tire. But yeah, and I'd really just rather rather it do one or the other. I just want it to either rain or be dry.
And the start is always crazy for these races, even more so now. But you've got some friends behind you, maybe to give you a little shove to get out in the lead.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is we're not allowed to bump before the green, but once we go green, it's fair game as far as bump drafting goes. So it's trying to get my partner behind me on my bumper, pushing me at the green, and then the two of us clear the car on the outside into turn one. That'd be the perfect plan. But once the green flag drops, it all goes out the window sometimes.
Well, the excitement is on the front row. Camden Gruber, I mean, look at this green and blue Planet Miata. You are not going to miss him on the track. And then also on the outside, Michelle Squarick. I'll tell you what, a lot of fun and speed with his Miatas. I cannot wait to see the green flag drop. John?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a lot of fun. If you haven't seen these cars in action, it's an absolute delight. And I think that's part of the success of this particular group of cars. And Mazda have come to the fore and are a huge part. I'm delighted personally to see them in this situation as the featured mark of the day. But now, as well as the cars that you're about to see race, we also have the Mazda Heritage Collection here this week, and it really does give you an insight into what Mazda has achieved over the years in sports car racing. Let's take a look with Matt Yoakum.
HSR the Mitty 2026, brought to you by Mission Foods. Make today delicious with Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. Michelin, on the road and beyond. Mazda, more to move every side of you. Now, Mazda is a celebrated mark of the Mitty, the 48th annual here at Road Atlanta, and Jonathan Applegate is the senior manager of motorsports at Mazda North America. So he's got Mazda in his veins.
Absolutely.
Just like everybody else around here, Jonathan. The one constant I see, smiles on everyone, but also pointing at this car, that car, that car. It's a great reunion.
Oh, and it's so special to be here for the Mitty. And when HSR gave the call over to Mazda and to me and asked us to be the featured mark of the Mitty, it was a privilege. We just love being here. We've been coming here for many, many years, even prior to my role. John Doonan in the role before me, and Robert Davis, and all of those guys that have kind of led the charge with these wonderful, beautiful, historic cars. So for us to get the opportunity to come here and put on a show, not only on the racetrack, but really a culmination of love and support of our owner bodies who are here with our production vehicles, our owners and our enthusiasts who are here.
I mean, the car corral.
We have a car corral up top. It's going to be packed out for the weekend, and we've just got the wonderful gems of these race cars behind us that we get to put on display. And to your point, everyone's smiling as they walk by.
I'm Tristan Inez. I used to drive for Mazda and the DPI cars, and now I have the distinct honor to drive the Charged Liberty 767, and it's a monster. It's the best way I can describe it. You have to work for everything you do in this car. Even down to shifting. Every shift counts. Every turn of the wheel counts. It's no power steering. It's heavy. So, yeah, you're driving the car the whole way around the track, especially at a track like Road Atlanta. Immense credit to the guys who used to drive this.
The passion, whether it's from the showroom, the street, the racetrack, into the history books. You basically have checked off every box here, which makes this a grand slam home run for the fan.
But the history behind a lot of this that some people might not know is Kelvin Hirashi, now retired from Mazda, 2005, stumbled upon majority of these cars and those that are in the basement under tarps.
My name is Joel Miller, and I'm driving the Mazda 792P this weekend at Road Atlanta. So one of the cool aspects about the Mazda 792, obviously it has a 4-rotor engine, super unique sound, tunnel-style car, so not a flat bottom, big tunnels, tons of downforce. This car ran in the early 90s, part of the Sprint Race Championship here in the U.S. Inside it, it's got a 5-speed box, old school, 3 pedals, a big steering wheel with only 1 button, which is for the radio, and then the dash, analog, right? It's not a digital deal. But when you're driving it, you have no driver aids, no ABS, no paddle shifters, right? You have to heel and toe to get between the gear changes on the downshift, blip it yourself. All the modern cars now have auto blip. So you're just one with the car. Massive respect to the drivers that drove these cars.
That core value of Mazda is human centricity, and I think that's something that you can look across into our production vehicles, and you can see how we've built those cars to really keep the driver at the center of what we do on that side. Same goes with the race cars. We build these cars to keep the driver at the center.
Tom Long driving the 787. Oh my, it's so raw in the way it puts the power to the ground. It's just absolutely thrilling to hear that noise, that 4-rotor noise screaming, and to be able to propel it down the track. It's really an incredible, visceral feeling.
My name is Alex Bashura, and I'm driving the 1991 Mazda GTU race car. Unlike the other 3 cars, you have to go through the window to get in. It is very analog. I don't even have a speedometer. I don't even have a rev limit lights or anything like that. It is very, very analog. No power steering, no ABS. It's going back in time. It reminds me of my very first 1991 Mazda Miata race car that I started driving 15 years ago. I don't realize how physically demanding these cars are. I can't imagine being in this car for 4 hours, let alone 24 hours like they did back in Daytona. My hat off to those guys. They were amazing. I bet you if those guys drove today's race cars, they would be up front.
Well, the sprinkles have let up, and that's why you're seeing a very busy grid. Cars going back to their slicks, and HSR and IMSA President John Doonan. Now, when we go to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, it's a throwback weekend. For you, with your DNA with Mazda, this is a throwback for you.
It sure is, Matt. And first of all, welcome everybody to the broadcast. We're thrilled so many people around the world are watching the 48th running of the Mitty, HSR's probably biggest and most notable event. 1977 was the first time we came here for the Mitty. It'll be 50 years next year. We're going to celebrate that. But you're right. There's a lot of memories here. My hair standing up on my arms. 19 years at Mazda. I have to be careful now with all the brands, but certainly my favorite boyhood brand, and to have not only the current era cars running, but Mazda's Heritage Collection. It's really made it an additionally special event this year.
And that's the one thing about this event is always the heritage. When you walk through the paddock, you see all the different liveries, all the different eras. And John's pulling double duty, and we'll show you what his next job will be in just a few moments. As ladies and gentlemen, please take off your hats and stand so we can get ready to commence this fantastic weekend party of HSR Racing with our national anthem.
Playing of the national anthem.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam,
gallantly streaming, and the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now to give the command, HSR President John Doonan.
Mazda drivers, start your engines.
It's Mazda's at the Mitty. Doesn't get any better than that. And a trickle of rain may just add a bit of spice to it as though it needed it. If you've not seen this kind of action before, well, I don't know where you've been because this is where it's at. Some of the great drivers of the USA have come through the MX-5 Cup. And the Miata car has been a junior category, a way to learn racing driving at its best. And normally equally yoked and usually from the same spec generally, but of course this is a special one-off this weekend here at the Mitty as we celebrate Mazda's heritage. And I, for one, like I said, delighted to enjoy that. Mazda have had a amazing history, to be honest. That charge car, that 202 you saw, I was there at Le Mans in '89 when it debuted, or was it 90? I can't think. 89 and 90, I think it was. First couple of years, and then they won it, of course, later in '91. But the noise was just spectacular, and no one knew what to think of it. Pretty much is how NASCAR's going to be, I'm sure, once they rev into action in July. That is going to be a cracker too, and I know there's a huge amount of excitement for that event coming up for IMSA. Great to hear, Kurt Busch. Here's your grid then for the Mazda Spec Miata MX-5 feature race. Camden Gruber, who we heard from, he's in a 2007 Mazda. And then Michelle Squirrick in a 2011. Mitchell Lowry on Road 2, West Duchak. Todd Burras and Skylar Cottrell. Mike Cottrell lines up 7th, and Mark Cefello in 8th position. And as you can see, different cars from different times, but all part of the history. Lucas Jensen and Austin Farr. Then in 11th place, Angus Haig, Roy Hobson, Seth Tozer in 2007 MX-5. Delaney Calhoun in 14th position, Mark Goebel in 15th, and Connor Thomas in 16th place in a 99. And then Adam Jonasek and Nicole Cooper Cephalo. So we've got some family affairs going on as well. 19th position is Reagan Thomas, and Center Smith is in 20th position. But that's all part of historic racing. It does become a family affair. Everybody wants to go racing, whether it's dad, whether it's granddad, in the case of John Noonan, who you just heard from, or whether it's sister and brother, or whether it's just a family member or a friend. But this is great racing. And as you heard from the pole band, Camden Gruber, one of the aspects of this kind of racing is very much how they work together sometimes to push each other forward. And it's very much like peloton racing in that respect, if you know your bicycle racing. But we've got a good grid here, and we'll also see some of those historic cars you saw in the Heritage piece we did with Matt, who is absolutely loving every moment of being out there. Great job on the NASCARs, as well as taking a look at the Heritage Mazdas of the day. Taking a look at the 21, just going through shot there. That's Mitchell Lowry. Nigel Lowry in that 2006 Mazda MX-5 Miata. See, the windscreen wipers are on. Windshield wipers, show my origins. The windshield wipers very, very much on, but it doesn't look, from looking out of my window here in the tower at Michelin Raceway, that the rain is kind of, well, you can see it from the drone. It's not raining, but there are drips and drabs out there, and you can see in the distance there are some clouds and some grey areas, so it could well be coming, and it could be well coming in the middle of this race, but we don't mind. That's fine by me. Lots of racing to come, and lots of categories. And the Mitty Special, as you heard from John Noonan there, it started back in 1977. And back then, it was, I think, the Jaguar and Aston Martin groups that got together and just basically wanted to do a time trial. They weren't really interested in trying to be professional racers or anything. And it is really the spirit of Walter Mitty. It was a bit of a fantasy just to go and have some fun and get some speed out of their cars in a safe way. And so that's where it was all born out of. And over the years, it being sports cars was connected very much with IMSA. And the rest, as they say, is history. Now the connection is stronger than ever. And that connection goes right through IMSA and NASCAR, mind you. And we've even got a France member of the family here racing today. So the DNA is very much alive. And as is always the way, the only way you can get into this commentary booth is if you have the name Jonathan. And so why don't I welcome Jonathan Applegate. Welcome, Jonathan Applegate, to the booth.
Thank you, sir.
Now, before we get into a conversation, I want to just update the folks on what I've been waffling about the weather. I want to update the folks with Matt Yoakum down there and find out if it's going to rain or it's not going to rain. Matt, what's it going to do?
Well, Jonathan, when I was at Florida State University, I took one class of weathercasting, and I learned 50-50. You've always got a good shot and bad shot. But you saw a number of teams switching to the Hoosier rain tires on the grid before the anthem. Guess what? Because the rain had stopped, they took the rain tires off, went to the slicks. Now the sprinkles have picked up again. So sense of urgency, a little bit of anxiety. It's going to be really interesting to see how this tire strategy is going to play out.
No question about it. Well, finally, thanks, Matt. And we'll be down to Matt whenever he's got something for us. But, Jonathan, get us up to speed a little bit. I saw Gruber being interviewed on the grid, and that's been the sort of DNA of this championship over the years. Young guys and girls going out there, learning their racecraft. I mean, is there a name I should be looking for, or is this just a smorgasbord of...
I think you called one out very clearly.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Gruber, he's a very talented young man, and I think we'll see some good things from him in this race. But I'm looking at the list here, the entries.
Yeah.
And top to bottom, there's just nothing but talent. And I think that's just a testament to what we do with our ladder system and how we've been able to really, not just in MX-5 Cup, but across all things in grassroots, Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 really being like our quintessential classes where people are coming in to learn and to really become the next star in the sport. So it's great to see this list.
Like so many people, I have watched MX-5 Cup and Miata racing from afar. I've driven one on a racetrack. They're fantastic to drive. And I hate to say it, easy to drive as a non-racing driver. But what's the secret sauce? What makes this kind of racing so special?
I say this often. I think one of our core values with the company is human centricity. You can see it both in production vehicle and race car, but our race cars are truly built with the driver in mind. And I think the fun aspect of it is always there. Miata is always the answer, as we say. But the way that these cars are built, not just for fun and joy of driving, but really as a true competitive race car, they're bulletproof. We've seen that with the head-to-head, the door-to-door racing, as we like to produce year over year. But I think it really does. It really produces something that's spec enough to where it comes down to the actual driver talent. And that's what really shines in our series and our classes and our cars.
So green flag waves here on the main straight here at Road Atlanta. Some with the wipers on, some with them off, some with wets on, some with slicks on. And it's going to be certainly a case of sorting themselves out as they go to the crest of the hill for the first time, led by Camden Gruber. The youngster rises over the crest, and a good clean start, Jonathan, just what we wanted. But these guys clearly know how to handle their cars and how to race them too.
great to see a lot of guys and girls here with from the region and from locals. So this racetrack is they're used to it. They've seen these laps, but with the wet, as Joachim just called out, very good to see and interesting to see what's going to happen here in the first few laps.
Yeah, you can see people already looking for where the grip is and struggling with that grip, because that's the thing about Road Atlanta. It's a strange track in many ways because it's not that long, but it's a lengthy track in terms of distance. So you can have wet weather, heavier wet weather, let's say here at 6 and 7 than you might have on the main straight.
Yeah, a lot of spots for dry coverage, wet coverage, very technical in certain areas, going into the 1 and the S's, but then very fast. So a lot of room for passing at this opportunity.
Got a couple of classes, SMX and SM. What? Tell me, yeah. Tell me the difference.
Yeah, NA, Spec, miata, NAB, NB, cars that we've really worked with the SCCA and others really closely to build and have our teams, our privateers, really doing a really good job at building those cars, and have been a proven testament of time over a lot of times with endemic partners and parts. Our Spec MX-5 car with the NC platform really have Josh Smith and Jonathan Black and the Mazda Motorsports team working with our partners have done a phenomenal job in building that car to get as close to spec as we possibly can. So we're really happy about that SMX class and car, and I think that it is definitely the latter step into MX-5 Cup, and excited about that.
Interesting. Already Cottrell being caught in the SM class by the leader, Gruber, in that 2007. And the beauty of this kind of racing also is you've got cars that go back to, the 90s, early 90s, and cars that go up to 2011. But really, they're all pretty much even. It's not like you're seeing a huge gap,
exactly,
or a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very much a stock race car from engine to transmission, gearbox. There are some additives with brakes and suspension and things that we can do from across the board, but definitely equal across both clubs.
And what do you find? Is it more the accessibility, because the price point obviously works,
hands down, right?
But is it also the fact that as I said, I've driven one of these, and it gives you that sense that you're not overpowered, you're not in a situation where you're worried about what's going to happen next. You've got it under control.
Yeah, there's the old adage, more Mazdas are raced on any other weekend than any other auto manufacturer is true, and I think it's the essence of the car, the fun aspect of it, but the competitiveness is so much part of it that our talent from the driver's pool shines, and it's your point. It's very cost effective. It allows a very accessible entry point into racing, and from there, Mazda Motorsports really cares about how we support our drivers with scholarships, programs, technical and parts support, and really trying to provide a robust level of service around just more than just the race car.
Yeah, and you can find ex-Mazda drivers at this level going all the way to NASCAR, to IMSA, to World Championship Racing, and even people like Earl Bamber and Sebastian Bourdais say, can I have another go at that?
Yeah, these guys, they keep wanting to come back, which is just a testament to the joy of the drive.
We've had such as the popularity, another man has popped out from Mazda. Introduce your colleague.
This is Mr. Josh Smith, Business Development Manager
there you go.
Of Mazda Motorsports, has a heavy hand in what we do in grassroots racing, and definitely one specifically here recently with the SMX class. So I'll let him say some words.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, SMX, have been a great addition to the class, across the board, continuing the lineage of SM and, really trying to future-proof the scenario of being able to build affordable race cars for the future. Thoroughly thrilled with it, and we use it as a stepping stone in the MX-5 Cup at the IMSA level. So,
yeah, no question. We've got some good little pockets of battles going on here. Gruber still out front at the moment. Cottrell leading in the SM class. And we got the scholarship class as well. And Janasek leading that in the 1990 Master Spec Miata.
Good to see a mix.
Toza, excuse me, he's in second place. Toza leading.
Scholarship candidates of the past, as well as some of our gentleman drivers like Todd Burris out there.
Tell me a little bit more about the scholarship class. I'm presuming that you give a little help for a guy that needs a little help.
Yeah, Josh, you want to talk about a little bit of our contingency and grassroots, and then we can talk about shootout as well.
So at contingency level, we sponsor drivers through contingency payments through some of the super tours, as well as national championships of winning a championship in either runoffs or NASA champs to help propel them forward, and that makes them eligible for the shootout program, which rolls into the scholarship program for us as well.
Up to second place, nicely done.
Guy like Skylar Cottrell, he was in our Mazda shootout last year, did a really good job. Still on our radar, great talent, very good, just high character young man, good family of Spec Miata racers and grassroots racers, and we definitely have our eye on him and look to see what he wants to do here at Spec Miata, lead the class.
Yeah, and his father's running in SM as well, Mike Cottrell.
I see that.
He's been running SM for years as well.
Yeah, I get the feeling, looking at the grid and looking at some of the past champions and so on, there is very much a family affair to all this. And again, goes to the price point, goes to the accessibility, and also goes to, just the friendly atmosphere to go racing like this. There's not the pressure of, let's say, single-seaters where, you think your life depended on every qualifying situation you're in. Whereas this, you learn your craft, you learn from the older people, the more experienced people, and everybody's got the same gear.
And this featured race is special. Shout out to HSR for really calling on Mazda to be a featured mark here at the Mitty. A perennial year for the Mitty and just the long-term success of the event. We've been coming here for a long time, but it's super cool to see this featured race. And to your point, very casual, but still very, very competitive. Shout out to Austin Farr out here, one of our IMSA contacts who works on the MX5 Cup program for us and direct. He's sitting here with 12th in the Spec Miata class.
Pretty impressive. 75 just going through there, and there's a good battle between these two. This has been really good. Michelle Squirick holding on, but here's your leader, and now we see the gap. Gruber's pulled away dramatically, some 7 seconds, but look, this is the real battle. This is the battle for the podium.
Yes, it is.
And it's heating up nicely. Some with the wipers on, some with them off, some with it intervaled, but it doesn't look, it's certainly not wet enough where you'd be worried about sliding off. I mean, maybe on the yellow and blue, maybe on the rumble strips you'd be a bit more careful, but it looks fairly dry, and if you can stick to the racing line, there's really, once you've done a few laps, the heat from the cars themselves, and there's plenty of them out there, will give you a nice dry line.
Yeah, I think Gruber's taking advantage of that early lead, and hopefully,
no kidding.
Hopefully he's waiting for these guys to stay mixing it up so he can, sort of back off the pace and just keep it on track here.
Well, his pole time was pretty impressive at 1:39.183, but then again, 39.2. So, in Michelle's Squirick's time. So, not a lot between those two, but he certainly made hay, like you say, from the get-go, and that's what clean air will do for you.
Yeah, no surprise with Gruber either. He's been one of our drivers on the shootout list as well. Yeah, he's been a long time coming here. We wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, it's only when you really drill down and realize how important Mazda have been to both IMSA and vice versa, as it were.
It doesn't hurt that we're throwing $4,000 out to the winner there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it doesn't do any harm, does it? And while prize money isn't big, but at this level, that's a lot of money. If you're preparing a car, you're getting free tires maybe if you keep winning and so on and so forth. So, yeah.
We wanted to make a splash with this one, and it was the first featured race, and would look to the future to maybe continue to do this, maybe featured mark or otherwise. But thought that we'd maybe really look at what we do across some of our other championship level grassroots races and bring something that's worth competition. So $4,000 down to $1,000 to the third place podium winner. So I think that's enough to get a set of tires and keep your career moving. But also wanted to just shout out, the HSR really gave us an opportunity beyond racing. Fantastic to see the fans, even with some of the rain, but the weekend has been awesome. We have our Mazda car corral up top there in the fan zone. Hundreds of cars up there now. I'd love to see a drone shot of that eventually because our owners.
They were out on track earlier, weren't they?
Yeah, they were doing parade laps.
And they're going to do another one tomorrow, I think.
They just kept coming. It was great to see.
That's really nice.
Yeah, and, we're here with our Mazda Heritage Collection, as I think everybody has seen and heard with those 4 rotaries screaming. So welcome everybody, fans, owners, and enthusiasts, and our dealer groups being here as a part of this whole festivities of the Mitty. Really excited about that.
Mac Tutus in the 661 is the man we're watching at the moment. Good name. In his 2003 Miata. That's the 661. There he is, just behind.
That old Lotus paint scheme.
Yeah. Out of 7, crucial corner here, especially when you've got these momentum cars. You want to get as much drive out of 7 here at Road Atlanta. That's the key corner in many ways to get the run down to 10A and B. This classic circuit. And it seems somewhat appropriate that we hold Petit Le Mans here, because it kind of, in many ways, you start the spring, the rites of spring, the Mitty, and then you finish the year, you know, with Petit Le Mans, which, if you haven't seen here at Road Atlanta, is just absolutely electric.
It is. We'll be back as well with our championship rounds for MX5 Cup, so we're excited to see that.
When's that?
That is the same, that's the Thursday, Friday of Petit Le Mans week. So we end, and our championship banquet is the Friday night leading into the big race, the 10-hour endurance race, Petit Le Mans on Saturday.
And having done most of the tracks down around America, I would have said that this would probably be one of the drivers' favorites, because it just seems to suit this sort of car and the skills it takes, because this is a tricky circuit. People don't understand just how hard it is to be quick here.
Absolutely. As we mentioned, very technical, but very fast track, a lot of elevation, a lot of places to make mistakes, but also a lot of passing opportunities. We do a survey every year at MX5 Cup to see which is the favorite tracks throughout the entire drivers, the lineup and the teams, and surprisingly, always this track in the top 3. Streets of St. Petersburg, as a fun fact, is always one of the top ones, which I always am dumbfounded on why that is the top choice, being that there's walls everywhere, but it's still fun to drive.
Whoa!
Hey,
Is that an off? Is that an off? Is that an off? I wonder. We're going to find out. Yellow flag's out. He just looked like he was going more and more sideways as he exited 7. And if it is slippy out there, he could well have spun around, or at least gone off track to lose some time, but we shall find out. But that was a little bit hairy over there at the moment. But it's still Camden Gruber leading the way in the 24 SMX class, and Michel Squirick, who also started alongside him on the front row. Then Wes Dushak and Mitchell Lowry, top 4. Todd Burras in 5th place, and Skylar Cottrell in 6th. We're about to start the final lap here, and the conditions have played a part, and if anything, I would have said it's probably got a little bit more greasy as the race has gone on. It hasn't affected this man. He's in a world of his own, as you can see, and enjoying it.
If I'm the crew chief of any of these drivers, I'm telling them to stay off the paint.
Yeah,
stay
exactly.
off the curbs. Last lap.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that you can be sure of. I mentioned the fact that once you get that sort of grey, light grey dry line, you're fine as long as you stick to it. But if you start racing and try to get clever or get too hard, like you say, there's two good examples there through the S's, but you just don't want to be touching that.
There's no reason to push it with the lead that Camden's got.
See, I wouldn't be out there. But then again, I'm not him. He's a youngster. And he's having a heck of a day, too. Look at the gap, 9.9 seconds. Wow. He's managed to pull on the rest of the field. And as I mentioned, there was only a tenth of a second between first and second on the grid. So, you know, he's done a hell of a job to be absolutely this dominant in the conditions, which aren't easy. And I'm wondering whether he's gone with the slick while others might have been a little bit more cautious, because he's certainly taken no time in getting well ahead of the rest of the field. So you're watching our feature race for the Mitty, and of course, it's Mazda at the Mitty, and it doesn't get any better. We've got some more to come, but this is how we started all off, with a classic Miata and MX5 Cup race, or MX5 race between these cars, which it doesn't get much better than this. 2 or 3 categories out there, and as we've said, Burras in the 561 leading the SM class. Gruber is going to take the checkered flag in the SMX class, and we've also got our scholarship class as well, still led by Toza. And there he is, the winner.
True honor to be here from a Mazda perspective. Thank you to all of our racers, our teams, the 40-plus entries here of Mazdas, from RX-3s to RX-7s and Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 cars. So it's just a blast to be here, and we're thankful for all of our racers and our key stakeholders to be a part of it.
Good finish here, too, as you'd expect. Look at this, 4 across the line. That's how we like to go racing at Mazda. Checkered flag is out here for them. And that was a good finish, and it was the 91, I think, of Cottrell. There he is, yep. Taking it in that 2003 in the SM class, ahead of the 661 of Mac Tutus, and then the 561 of Burras, and then the 00 of Cefalo. But there's your winner in the 24. Camden Gruber, a name for the future, Planet Miata. Should win alone just on the paint scheme.
Thanks for having us, Jonathan. Great race.
Thanks for coming in.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Feel free to join us if there's any updates or anything that you want to share with us, because we are all about the Mazdas this weekend and we're enjoying it.
Thank you so much. Take care.
So that gets us in action here at the Mitty, the 2026 Mitty, an event that started, 48 years ago. And it's grown to be one of the key races of HSR, now with something like 8 or 9 events around the country. Let's take a look at the highlights. And we got underway in what was a really frightening moment for a while, because we weren't sure whether it was going to rain or be dry, and everybody taking last-minute decisions. Certainly the decision by the leader, Camden Gruber, was to go on the slicks and then just take off. There were some good battles throughout, and luckily no major offs. And throughout the race, little pockets of battles as the leader in the SMX class strode into a 9-second lead. Good battles. Cottrell fighting it out in the SM class, and Tozer in the scholarship class. But in the end, still with the wipers on, it was the 24. Camden Gruber started pole in his 2007 Mazda MX-5 and strode on to victory in our feature race. Confirmation then of the results. Camden Gruber was Duchak in second place, so he did get ahead into second. Mitchell Lowry in third. Michelle Squirek, that's who had the problem, I think, at 7. She just went wide and then dropped a couple of places in her 2011 MX-5. Skylar Cottrell, 5th place. Mactutus up to 6 at one point, and then had a battle all the way through, as you saw, with a 4-way run to the end there. He won it. Todd Burras behind him. Mark Cefalo, 8th. James Newell in 9th, and Lucas Jensen rounding out the top 10. So it's been fun here already at the Mitty, and we'll take a short break as the drizzle continues, but I'm sure it's going to lighten up fairly soon. We'll be right back with more from the Mitty.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And one race down, exciting throughout the field. And Camden Gruber, you certainly made it exciting from the cockpit for you. Perfect execution. What does it mean to win in front of this crowd and the Mazda executives and just this entire culture?
I mean, it's just awesome, man. I mean, I've never driven at a race with this many fans. So thank you all for coming out. Thank you guys at home for tuning in. I mean, it's just awesome to have Jonathan Applegate, Jonathan Black, Josh Smith here, all the others. I'm forgetting Steve Strickland, but yeah, just huge thanks to all of them for this opportunity, and HSR for letting us come down here. Mazda Motorsports putting together a great package for us at Spec MX-5, and also big thanks to Planet Miata and RP Performance and everybody on board with me. I mean, big thanks to my dad for coming out here and making the last second shock change that I think really set the car up good. But I mean, the car is just really, really good. Thanks again to all my team for giving me just a great car to drive, and again, thanks again to all the fans at home and all the fans here for tuning in. I mean, it's awesome.
Certainly, you always got to listen to Dad, especially when he has a great idea. When you look at the concern on the grid, everybody was going back and forth, and you went back to slicks, and then the rain started picking back up.
Yeah, I mean, we had a race here a month ago with another organization, and it was similar conditions. It was just starting to rain, a little bit heavy, and it was just last time we made the wrong call. We went on wets, and we started leading early at the gate, but then we ended up getting run down and caught and finished P7. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough decision, you know. And then when you see the rain coming down pretty heavy on the outlap, especially in like the 5, 6, 7 area where it gets a little hairy, you're going through turn 5, you got that gravel right on your right there. So it's just like one of those where you just hope that the car sticks almost every corner. But like I said, setup on the car was phenomenal. So I can't ask for a whole lot more.
So you're the rabbit in race 1. What advice would you give to the group coming up next? Because there are still some showers in the area.
Track's way better than you think it is. That's all I got to say. But no, I mean, just head down and drive, avoid the rubber in the braking zones. I mean, just all the typical rain race and stuff. So yeah, I'm thankful to have a lot of experience in the rain. So it's kind of nice to showcase those skills a little bit.
Fun and experience in the rain there. Camden Gruber takes home the win here at HSR's Mazda event at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Great stuff. Grooving with Gruber. And you can tell he was enjoying every moment of that, him and his dad. That's how you go racing in America. That's how you go Miata racing. We absolutely love it. And while we wait for our next race, let's hear from some of our sponsors.
HSR The Mitty 2026 is brought to you by Mission Foods. Make today delicious with Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
So here we are, and in fact the tower you're looking at to your right is where I'm sitting on the second floor, so I've got a great view of the entire track, or at least parts of the front part, because you can't see over the crest once you get there, but you get to see the famous crest bridge that is part of the A10, A and B section, and then that final fast sweeper right-hander onto the start-finish. Doesn't get any better. But I could talk about the track all day long, but let's hear from a legend, why not? Road Atlanta is a special venue, no question about it, and who better than a legend like Kurt Busch to take us round.
All right, Kurt Busch, Road Atlanta. Let's take a look. This is the final corner coming onto the front straightaway at Road Atlanta. You grab third gear right at the line. This is turn 1, about 130. Go to second gear. This is an off-camber downhill, but now this is where you really get on the power and go up this hill. And it's blind going up here into 2, and then 3 is really sharp back to the right, about the second slowest corner. Now it's nice and easy with the 750 horsepower car, putting the power down, and these are the fun S's, the famous S's at Road Atlanta. Tight turn, hitting up here, right here. This is one of the most important corners. Get the power down and get down this long straightaway. So grabbing third gear, a little bit of tire spin there, but this is the fastest lap I was able to lay down. Second gear, could have carried more speed through here, but then this is the most important corner on this racetrack. First gear, up against the curb on exit, and now you just got to feed it the right amount of power all the way down. And catching Joe Nemechek in his truck, and now we actually catch a slow car off to the side, and now we actually just drive with his truck and my car can feel the draft. And so now here we go. We're rolling down into the big braking zone. Forward, third, second, first. Left to right, and now you come up this crazy hill. You aim for the red box in the middle, and you drop down 3 stories down into the final corner and back onto the front straightaway. I mean, this place is a lot of fun. It's perfect for testing and just being able to shake down the car that we're taking to Le Mans. So car sat under a cover for about 6 years, and Joe Nemechek and SHR, they helped me put it back together. So let's go for it. We're going to Le Mans, boys.
Thanks, Kurt. Yep, great to get an insight there. Two great names, Joe Nemechek, Smokin' Joe, chasing in a truck. How much fun with that? But it just shows you don't need an oval necessarily to get a draft. You can do it still at places like Road Atlanta as well. Well, I'm glad to say you can see the grey clouds in the distance. It's ironic because southern Georgia would love to get some rain. Northern Georgia, maybe not so much. But let's have a look at our grid for our Mission GT Challenge coming up next, and that is also going to be a very interesting race. Patrick Paul in the 25 Chevrolet Camaro. Yes, it's a historic race, but that's the beauty of the Mitty. We can have anything, and that's been the, if you like, the modus operandi of this event, is that you can have cars from the distant 50s all the way up to 2025, 26. Brent Goforth is also on the front row. Ben Myers and Andrew Myers on row 2. Should be an interesting fun. Mark Bowden, a man I've watched race many a time, in 5th place, and Michael Flynn in 6th. Price Ford 7th, and Russ Gorakowski in 8th position. Kevin Clayton, Michael Potapau in 10th position in a 2016 Porsche 991 RSR. So we've got some really beautiful cars out, dominated by Porsche, no big surprise. Greg Schirmer, Marcus Jewell, in 12th, Herman Goforth in 13th, and Patrick Womack in 14th position. David Pale in 15th place, and Afflerbach in 10th, number 10 in 16th place. Richard Stewart Mill, another big name to historic racing, starts 17th. Robert Brown 18th. Carmen Rapucci in 19th position, and then Brian Collier in 20th. Bruno Smileski in 21st position, and Russell Wittenberg in 22nd. Colin Dougherty in 23rd. And Paul Denton in that GT3C Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car. So, like I said, a few Dodge Challengers, but mainly dominated by the mark of Porsche. But this will be our grid for the GT Challenge. And like I said, it's worth emphasizing that that is part of the ethos of the Mitty, is that it's less about the exclusivity and more about the inclusivity. So we do have cars of different ages and different marks, but we try to keep more level, and in GTs especially, you can have a GT, an HSR race that is full of modern cars, and then you can follow that up with some historic stuff right after that, going back to the 50s and 60s. But that's the way we roll. 58 years of coming here to this event, Road Atlanta, steeped in history. So let's get down to the grid, and Matt Yoakum, I believe, has got car number 13 with him.
Well, Johnny, last year at Long Beach, we were following the story of Robert Wickens, who was a paraplegic from an accident at Pocono in the IndyCar Series, and moving on up from the TCR class in Michelin Pilot to WeatherTech in the GTD. And another driver who is definitely an inspiration is Drew Ewing. So you're paralyzed as well. Walk us through your setup here that allows you to compete and be competitive.
Well, my setup is really the simplest thing in the world. I started 26 years ago, and back then there weren't any options. And I was also starting with a car I had to shift. It didn't have a clutch pedal, but I still had to shift. And these are really called temporaries. They're made for rental cars, things like that. But they're not going anywhere. They're very, they're not losing them. And these were the one thing when I started that gave me the opportunity to bring the controls up to the wheel, hold the wheel, and make either a downshift or an upshift at the same time. Now, years later, we've got the paddle shifts, and there are a lot neater systems out there. They're like what Robert uses is a gorgeous system. But this is what I know. This is what I've used for years. It works for me, and this is what I've stuck with. And they're also incredibly, they're not expensive like Robert's are. And the other beauty of this system is when we do our enduro, we do the enduro, and when I get out and my co-driver gets in, the mechanic just pulls these off. He hits with the gun on the pedals, pulls them out, takes them away, and my co-driver gets in, and none of my stuff is in his way anymore. So it's a little rudimentary, but it's worked for me. It's like I said, 26 years 180 race wins in that 26 years. So we're doing something right.
You talk about that passion and the fun of being behind the wheel. What section here at Road Atlanta is the section which is why you became a race car driver, which gives you that amusement park, the thrill, the ride?
God, that's a tough one because so much. I love Road Atlanta, and so much of Road Atlanta is just amazing. You know, the S's, everything else. I guess the one story I can tell is I had a friend when one of the video games came out on Road Atlanta, and he asked me, he goes, how is it? And I said, oh, they've got it right. I mean, all the markings, every oil spill is in the right place, everything's right. And he goes, well, then it's realistic. And I said, oh, no. You want to be a realistic. Every time you come under that bridge, jump out of a third-story window. Then it's realistic.
That's awesome. Well, good luck today, Drew Ewing. A great inspirational story, and you can see the passion and certainly loves auto racing. Keep an eye on that blue and the plaid number 13.
I love it. And if you are following the Robert Wiggins story, it doesn't get any better because he was flying last weekend, and it's just great to have a story of a paraplegic who was a racing driver able to go back to racing and become what he wanted in the first place, which is to just go racing of a Sunday afternoon. And talking of which, a man who has just joined me in the booth, Evan Slater, joins me, and I'm delighted to welcome you because I haven't seen you in a while, for one. But two, this is the perfect weekend for you. I know you're out and about, but you have a history that covers our main mark in Mazda. You have a history with GTs, and you're just, Trans Am, you've done it all. Tell me, first of all, what it's like to be at the Mitty.
Yeah, I've driven a bunch of different stuff. I'm super happy to be here with HSR. I mean, I'm a big believer in what HSR is doing. I think they have an amazing series. I think there's cool cars. I think it's a great event, fun event. So I'm super happy to be here. And yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see these cars on track, right? We're looking at this frame here. We got on the very right-hand side, we got Porsches. We got, there's a Mercedes out there. There was a TA2 car. So there's a lot of cool different stuff out there. I'm here this weekend with Patrick Paul with the TA2 car. He's unfortunately not doing this race because there was kind of some mixed conditions with rain. But it seems like it's actually stopped raining. It's
not one or the other at the moment. It's like England at the moment.
Yeah. So we decided to not do the race, and maybe it seems like that's the wrong call because it looks like it's kind of drying out. But I'm up here in the booth, super happy to be here with you, John. It's been a while. We did some Trans Am commentating back in the day. Yeah, so I'm happy to be back up here.
Likewise, and I'm glad to have you. Tell me what you've been up to since we
Yeah, since last seen each other. Yeah, it's been a while, but I've been up to a lot of different things. Doing a lot of driver coaching. I have a big driver coaching business, so I've been staying really busy with that. And then this year, what I've really been busy with is IMSA. I've been driving IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge GT4. So we had Daytona, we had Sebring. We're going to Laguna next week, so super excited about that. But that's been keeping me busy on the simulator. It's been fun.
Well, listen, we're going to talk some more because I want to let the people know who you are and what you are because I'm a big fan. I'm also a fan of Matt Yoakum. He's down in the pits. He's got another driver for us.
Well, catching up with Pat Womack, who will be making that trek to Le Mans, France, racing with the Le Mans Classic race with the NASCAR Classic cars. Now, he ran his NASCAR Classic car earlier. Now, Pat, transitioning to the Porsche, how big of a change is it for you mindset-wise going from your Toyota stock car to the Porsche?
It's varying degrees of fear. So the NASCAR is big, heavy, doesn't slow as well, lighter, way more nimble, great brakes. It's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, good luck. That's Pat Womack. Now, he's going to be in the number 220 Porsche, and keep an eye on Stars and Stripes, and he is going to have such a great time with all the other NASCAR drivers going to Le Mans. I just got to find somebody, Jonathan, that will let me go along and carry their luggage.
You're very welcome. I don't envy that idea, though. So I can't decide what it's going to do weather-wise, and I'm sure a lot of the drivers. I bet you wouldn't. What you just mentioned that your guy's not going out. It is one of those. It's the worst possible scenario for a racing driver because you just don't know what you're going to get around the corner, do you?
Yeah, it definitely is difficult. We made the decision mainly because we're working on some specific driving things, and we didn't really feel like in the kind of mixed condition we could fully optimize, what we wanted to work on. So we decided we'll save the car, save the risk for, tomorrow where we can actually focus on that. But it is difficult from the driver's seat, right? Because this is a big track. It's not the biggest one we go to, but it's still pretty big. So like turn 7 and turn 1 are pretty far apart on the map. So it can be raining in turn 7 and totally dry in turn 1. So you have to just kind of always be eyes up, looking at the track, looking what color it is. I'm kind of always looking if it's like a matte or it's kind of like a sheen to it. Then that's kind of telling me how much grip there is on the track. So you're always kind of eyes up, really having to focus when in these kind of weird conditions.
I'm always excited to see young drivers, especially talented drivers like yourself, come to historic events, and it's happening more and more. But also this weekend, particularly the Mitty, you have a history with Mazda. Tell us a little bit about that and how you got into racing.
Yeah, so I've done some stuff with Mazda, but I haven't done a ton. I actually started in Ford. I was a Spec racer Ford driver, but Mazda, I've done some testing in the Spec Miata, and I've done some races in Spec Miata. The Mazda program right now is amazing. They're working so hard at that. I mean, through SCCA, like Spec Miata, all the way up to MX-5 Cup with IMSA. I mean, they have quite the ladder to really get you where you want to go. So Mazda's, an amazing manufacturer, and the chain they have for drivers is great. And also this event is super cool. They have the 787B and the 787, and there was another one, I forget what it was, but driving around, and those cars are so cool with the quad rotor, and those cars just sound insane. We were on the back straightaway listening to them, and it's pretty cool what Mazda was up to back then.
Oh, yeah. Talk about innovation, no question about it. Mazda have got that hands down, I would have argued. So is this group of field, do you know many of the competitors in this?
Yeah, so I've actually done a lot of these HSR races with Michael Merritt. He's the guy I've done some Porsche stuff with. So we had a 991.2 Cup car, similar to the one you see in second place there. That's Ben Meyer. So I've raced against a bunch of these guys in a Porsche. I was racing against them yesterday in the TA2 car in the Enduro. We actually got third overall in the Enduro. So I know these guys pretty well. I mean, it's a great group of fields. You have, so many different types of cars. You have the Cup cars, which have, pretty good power on the straightaway, but ultimately not insane handling in the corners. You got that GT3 car. There's a black car right there. Yep. That one, that's a GT3 car. So that car has less speed on the straightaway than the Cup cars, but the turns, it's insane. So, I mean, it's interesting to see the different dynamic of cars, and that's what makes it fun when you're out there, because you don't know exactly what the car in front of you is capable of, because everybody can do a little bit of different things, which makes it fun to race against them.
Yeah, and as you're coming through one and up that hill, and I bet you're kind of calculating now, what am I going to come across when I get over the crest and into the S's? Because half the time you're thinking, oh, yeah, I got this, and then suddenly you're like, oh, am I coming up on traffic? Am I not? Because you haven't got the sophistication of having 5 spotters or whatever. You're on your own out there.
So yesterday I was actually doing the Enduro with Patrick Paul, and that's a TA2 car. So that car has, good speed on the straightaway. We were probably the fastest on the straightaway. But through the turns, it's not great. It's not as good as these Porsches. So it was interesting, and I had to judge everything. The braking is really not as good as the Porsches. So I'm coming up. We were kind of the fastest car on track, but I have to be really aware, because it's like I know if I put myself in a certain position, I can't stop as fast as these guys. So I got to make sure I'm not rear-ending people.
Well,
so it makes it fun.
Yeah, and we're just coming up to the corner, 10A, where you've got to be thinking on all of those lines.
Oh, yeah.
Who am I coming up on? Who can I overtake potentially? Can I get past cleanly? And can I get out of 10B and get the power down and stay ahead?
Yeah, exactly. It's difficult. But this track is so cool because there's so many different types of corners. Like, I love this one into 10A because you're rolling 165 miles an hour down that hill. So you're downhill, so you don't have great braking, and then it's a pretty slow corner. I think we're getting to like 50 miles an hour. So
and I noticed they've got a little resurface on the inside there. Nice little bit of extra grip.
Yeah, exactly. It's just new pavement, so it's nice and gritty, which the tires love.
So come on, Evan. You're a racing driver. You've done a lap now. You've watched a lap on TV.
Yeah.
I know this is unfair, but what would your assumption be of the conditions? We saw in the last race that the Mazda race that avoid the pain at all costs, but that's easier said than done when you're not a racing driver.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking right now, just looking at the track, seeing this lap, I'm thinking the asphalt has 100% of the normal grip. I'm thinking there's a lot of grip on that asphalt. But what I'm doing on this outlap is I'm feeling grip. So I'm really trying to get my car in, positions. I might not be on the real lap, but I also might be. So like on the exit of turn 5 here, we're going down the S's now, but when we get to turn 5, I'm purposely going to drive into that painted section and floor it and see what happens, right? If I fire off the rear tires and I don't get good power down, I know the first lap I'm not going to do that. But if it hooks up really well, now I have some extra data for when I actually get out there racing. So this lap, I'm trying to really get the tires warm, get the brakes warm, but feel where that grip and see the paint. I mean, you can't just look at the paint and see if there's grip. I want to feel that. I want to go my car when it's low risk. There's no time to lose. I want to really experiment and find where I can gain time once we get going.
I've got an unfair question for you, which is, I've heard that story a million times, and you've done it a million times, as it were, which is get the brakes up to temperature, get the tires up to temperature, understand where the grip is, get the right temperatures, looking at your dials. Have you ever started a race where you haven't got one of those things correctly, and you've gone, tires weren't warm enough, or whatever it might be, just because either time, or like you say, you were worried about the weather, or you just didn't get the calculations right?
Yeah, I haven't really gotten into it where I haven't had the tires right. I have gotten into ones where it's like I feel some things are grip, but then I'm like thinking through my head, like thinking about the start. Ooh, I don't know how much grip's on the inside, so like I forgot to test that. So you just have to play it safe. I mean, I always make sure the brakes and tires are up to temp, because if you don't have that, you can't attack. You don't have any.
And how much of the other cars are reference to you when you're watching them go through what you're about to go through?
I never use other cars as a reference. I don't trust anybody as much as I trust myself.
Good idea.
I think these guys, no matter who it is, they might make a mistake, so I can't let them make a mistake and let that screw me over. So I always try to drive my own race, focus on my own references, and hopefully what they're doing aligns with what I'm doing. But yeah, coming to the green here.
Yep, coming to green high above with our Italian cameraman Logano from high above as he comes under the bridge. Might go with the drone under the bridge, but we're about to go racing as off comes the pace car, and we are doing the first lap of the Mission GT Challenge by Pirelli.
Looks like everybody got a pretty smooth getaway. That GT1 car's got a lot of horsepower, so it can pull on Ben Myers right there in the 991.2. Too wide right here, fall on.
Yeah.
It's clean so far. Everybody giving nice, respectful racing room. That GT1 car, those tires take a little bit longer to fire off because they got a lot of big rubber there, but everybody's doing a great job keeping it clean.
Yeah, and I would have said if you have got a good start at the front, you're going to want to extend on that as soon as possible. That Merc of Myers looks. That Mercedes out there. It's not Myers, excuse me. It's I'm trying to see who that is. Who's in the Mercedes? In that fourth position there, the all black.
Clayton.
That's it.
Clayton, yeah. Yeah, I was racing against him in the Enduro, and he's a good driver. I think he won overall in the Enduro. Might have gotten a little penalty after for some tire manufacturer mix-up, but he was really fast out there, so that car has a lot of pace. So I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, he's leading in the GT4A class, and 9th overall, but as you saw coming out of 7th, the key corner here, looked like he was about to make an overtake.
Yeah.
Patrick Paul leading the way in GT2A and starting to extend that lead as they come into 10A for the first possible overtake.
Looks like Andrew Meyer had a little wiggle there on the brakes. Not sure what that was. Looking to the inside right here. Doesn't make it happen.
Yeah, everybody's been gentle to start with, but I think it's going to get a bit more aggressive, and we're starting to see some overtakes into 10A.
Yeah, everybody's just really feeling where the grip is. I think they're getting comfortable with how much grip the track has, so they're bumping up the aggression a little bit.
Well, these are the most modern cars you'll probably see at the Mitty this year.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of, that one we're looking at right there, that's a totally modern, I guess it's 1 year old technically, a modern Porsche versus, the 2018 car in front versus a, potentially 2013 car, that one leading. So definitely different generations of Porsche, which is cool to see them. I mean, all the cars have different strengths, different weaknesses, so it's cool to see them all racing together.
Oh, no question. So, Brent, go forth, and he's doing just that in the GT1A class, 98. Ben Myers second, Andrew Myers third, and then Kevin Clayton, the man we were talking about in that Mercedes, is up to, fourth place now, so he has gone well. Herman Goforth down to fifth, but overtakes a plenty down the inside. Nicely done.
It's always a hard move to make because you got to watch for the over-under down this back straight. He's got to make sure that guy behind him doesn't get a better run.
Good place to watch, too, 7, and you can see some of the RVs parked out there. And it was interesting watching social media. Oh, we thought about it. Watching social media, so many people just shouting out, I'll be here. I'll be at turn 5 as usual. I'll be
down
here.
the inside. Oh, he's making that one now. Oh, lockup behind.
Oh, big lockup.
Yeah,
and he's out of control.
Yeah, that's got to be an ABS failure. That car is ABS. That should never let you lock up. So something's going on with that car. Where
something's not right there,
he's struggling. Because those cars, you can normally hit the brake pedal as hard as you want, and you're not going to lock them up because of the amazing ABS they have.
Yeah. To be fair, he did a good job of actually getting it turned in and turned in and on the same line.
Yeah, he did a great job because that's not something you expect when you're driving. I mean, you're expecting to just hit that brake pedal hard and let the ABS help you out, but he got let down by the car there, so he did a great job saving it.
Clayton in the Mercedes is now leading in the GT4 class. And it's still out front, Goforth in the Camaro GT1, and as you say, plenty of grunt, and he just did a 124.4.
Yeah, that's
rather
fast.
good.
That's fast.
What's your fastest lap around here, do you reckon?
I think in a TA2 car, I ran a 23.2.
Yeah.
Maybe I ran, I think a 22.8 actually in one of the TA2 cars.
You podium here? You podium here? In Trans Am?
No, in Trans Am I qualified second. I ran second for a while, but then I finished 5th. I don't remember what happened.
Listen, it's 100 miles. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it was. I remember it was 2023. It was wet in the beginning.
Yeah,
I was hanging on to second. Rafa Matos in first. Me in second. I probably was in second for half the race, and then I guess I was struggling with something. Don't remember. So finished 5th, but oh well. Can't win them all.
Nope, you can't. 4 laps gone. Short races, 9 laps, and that's another thing to factor in, isn't it? I mean, I know this isn't, serious racing, but it's, you want to win, you want to be up the top there. Not a lot of time to do it. You don't want to be messing about. If the safety car comes out, much of your racing's over.
Yeah, we were just talking about the 100 miles in Trans Am.
Sure.
Here, 100 miles, you have a lot of time to make what you can do. But here, it's quick. So you got to, any opportunity you have to take it. You can't be too aggressive because HSR is very no contact, but you got to take everything that you're given.
So you're watching historic sports car racing. The Mitty, 48 years now.
That Cayman's doing a great job hanging with those Cup cars. I mean, those Caymans are down on handling, down on braking, down on power compared to the Cup car. So he's doing a great job from the driver's seat. Not sure who it is, but he's doing a really good job. That blue Cayman right there.
Yeah, that's the number 10
car.
Let you know. Hang on 1 second. It's Jay Afflerbach. There you go.
Nice job, Jay.
Now, that's a good view. Coming into the right-hander. And this all-important turn 7 to get onto the back straight.
That's definitely the most important corner. It's not really a complicated corner.
No,
it's a simple 90-degree, but that is so important because at least this long back straightaway, I mean, you can see it here from this drone. I mean, if you get a bad exit out of there, you can easily lose 2 seconds just on that straightaway. So, super important corner. It's not the most fun corner here. I think turn 1, the last turn, turn 12 are a total blast, but 7 is definitely the most important.
And followed by 10.
Yeah. 10's
effectively,
important
those two link each other up, and the difference between good drive out of 7 and the overtake potential at 10. That's really the whole track, isn't it?
Yeah, if you can be good on the brakes in 10 and good on the exit in 7, you can pass anybody on this racetrack.
Yeah, I was reading the stats from Formula One to IndyCar to
pass down the inside.
Nicely done. Yep. To IMSA, and it was talking about how you can be flat out through the S's in certain cars, but not in others. And if you've got lots of downforce, the Road Atlanta's good for this. And it is one of the few tracks that has everything.
Yeah, I mean, this track's cool. I mean, turn 12, I always think about it because turn 12 is the last turn here. Downhill, ton of compression, ton of speed. Looking around the outside right here from the Cayman.
Go on.
Wow, he's making it happen.
Well, you said he was going good.
Nice. That's a good move. That's hard to make happen because
you don't see overtakes there, do you?
Yeah, especially into the S's there. It pinches off really tight, so it's really easy to get your nose chopped off and lose total driving, cause actually an accident there. So he did a great job keeping it clean. But I was saying about turn 12, ton of grip, ton of downforce. You're going through there at, like, in some of these cars 130 or more. In a big car like that, it's crazy because you got the wall 10 feet away from the outside. So it's a total blast, this track, because you got that fast turn, you got slow turn 6, you got slow turn 10A. There's a lot of different things. You got uphill turns, downhill turns. Turn 3, you got to jump. You kind of go in the air a little bit, 2 wheels in the air every lap. So that's always fun. I love this place.
Yeah, and I love the fact that it's obviously steeped in the forest, as you can see here.
Yeah.
So for a fan, you can almost pop out anywhere and see something different each time. Plus, you can get around the inside and the outside, as you can see these outside trails. So you can get around this track and enjoy it.
Yeah, and let's talk about the fans. I mean, it's amazing how many fans came out. Yeah, thank you to all the fans who decided to show up for this event. I mean,
No
you can
kidding.
see the trailers there. It's a well-attended event, so I've been really impressed.
Well, it's become a bit of a pilgrimage, you know, a rite of spring, hasn't it, the Mitty?
Yeah.
You know, you start your racing year when it's warm enough to come out. Hopefully it's not going to rain, and it isn't at the moment. But, yeah, this kind of, you know, gets everybody in the mood. You know, you probably watched Daytona and Sebring on TV and then thought, I might just wander out to the Mitty.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, you mentioned the rain. It's fast out there right now. I mean, I saw one of those cars use the exit curb out of turn 5. He was gripped up, so, I mean, it looks like the track conditions are really good right there.
Here we go.
Yeah, 98 car. He's just lapping somebody. He's been doing a great job. I mean, I've been watching his time, super consistent, ran a 23.8, so he's rolling pretty good. I think that's the fastest time of the weekend in this class. So
yeah, I
that's
wouldn't
good.
be surprised. I'm just looking at the qualifying times, and definitely, I think that is the quickest time. 1:23.8, he's done.
Yeah, sometimes the rain actually can kind of wash off the, you know, if there's a bunch of junk rubber on the surface of the track,
Sure.
a little rain can actually help wash that off and kind of refresh the track. So that he could be, once it dries out, he could be getting a lot of extra grip.
Yeah, with 260 cars out there over the weekend, you're going to get plenty of different rubber and schmuck out there, as it were. But, he's got an 8-second lead now as we watch him for the first time.
Yeah, Ben Meyer in second doing a great job. Ben Meyer, he's got a cool brother, two brothers running together, same kind of Porsche cars, and it's always fun to see Ben and Andrew.
So which is
running around
older,
together.
Ben or Andrew?
I have no idea. Yeah,
Me
I have
neither.
no idea.
Doesn't matter. It's a family affair. And they're both in the top 10, which is more important.
Yeah, I race against them when I'm in when Michael Merritt lets me drive his Porsche, and they're great competitors. I mean, they're fast, they're aggressive, but they're clean. That's always what I care about.
It's interesting. I talked to a single-seater driver from FR last year, and he got a chance to test a Carrera Cup car.
Yeah.
And he just said he had no idea just how aggressive you have to be. It looks from the outside an easy ride, but it's not, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I've driven the cars plenty. You know, the Carrera Cup series itself is very aggressive. I mean, it's IMSA, so it's real deal racing.
Sure.
But the cars themselves, I mean, the 992 Cup car is one of the best cars out right now. I mean, it's just amazing. They're fast, they brake well, they handle well, they do everything you want and nothing you don't. So I really love what Porsche's doing with that 991.2 platform. Oh, I meant 992 platform, but the 991.2 is what they're racing here.
Yes.
What Ben Myers is racing, and those cars are actually a ton of fun too. The 991.2, which is what Ben and Andrew are driving, those cars are a little more rowdy. Like, they slide around a little more. The 992 Cup car is the one that's super, super refined. The 992 is the modern generation.
Well, we're looking at the 03, the Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, this is Kevin Clayton right here. Yeah, he's been running really good. I mean, that Mercedes has been strong. That's a Mercedes GT4 car, so he's striking above his weight class with some of these guys that he's in front of.
Yeah, no kidding.
So,
well, he's
doing a great job.
He sided his way through in the opening kind of salvos, first couple of laps. Now he's got some clean air, and he's putting in some good laps. Last lap at 1:26.9.
He's got that Flat Rock Motor Club on the side of that car. I mean, that track is amazing. I've never been there, but I've seen videos of that Flat Rock track. It is one of the coolest tracks in the country.
Yeah, I've seen a few. I haven't seen it in action myself, but you're right. I've seen some photos, and it looks nice. White flag is out then, and we've got some still good racing going on. But Brett Goforth is doing just that, as I said, and as he heads up the hill for the last time, he has got this one, unless he makes a mistake in his 1997 Chevrolet Camaro.
Yeah, he's got a 12-second gap, so his only thought right now is just keep it clean this lap. Don't need to push it hard. He's got plenty of space all around, so he's just got to bring it home.
To be fair, he's got some good grunt under the hood.
Yeah, I think those cars have like 850 horsepower, so he's definitely got more power than everybody else.
Yeah.
But he still has to control it, so he's doing a great job at that.
Yeah. Yeah, power is nothing without control, as one tire company once
Yeah,
said.
one of them does say that. I think isn't that the company
Pirelli?
they sponsor this series, so we can say their name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, the
I was
Pirelli
just
tires.
testing it.
Yeah, the Pirelli tires are great. So don't mind that other signboard in the back of that shot right there. But
No, hey, listen, it takes all sorts, and everybody is in the competition, and I love it.
Yeah, we run the Pirelli tires on the TA2 cars and the Cup cars here, and they're amazing. The consistency of the Pirelli tire is what I really, really love.
Yeah, I've done a lot of two-wheel as well as four-wheel, and Pirelli have been absolutely, and of course now in Formula One, and have been for many years.
So the 98 car, he just rounded out 10A. He's only got one more corner left before he brings it home.
Well, you can see, here he comes to take the checkered flag here in our 2026 HSR Mitty GT Challenge. And that was a stylish Mission GT Challenge by Brent Goforth.
Yeah, and he set the fastest lap on the last lap there. So he was not taking it easy. He was trying to bring it home. So
he was.
He did a great job.
Well, Ben Myers.
We got a battle right here. Last lap.
We have last lap. Here we go.
Down the inside, he made it happen.
All the way through. In fact, all the classes fighting hard for position. Herman Goforth in third. So nice little podium there. And as we look high above 10A, still some position battles going on. Kevin Clayton doing a really good job to take 5th overall. And are we going to get one more overtake before the end of it? Just 2 corners to go.
Yeah, that 58 came and he's been looking racy.
Yeah.
He made that pass earlier. Looks like he's not quite going to be able to get this one done. But, yeah, he was doing a really great job in that last lap there.
Good clean racing as well. Good to see. Checker flag then for those two as they finish their race that you've been listening to. Evan Slater, who is an up-and-coming racer driver from the USA, world at his feet, and part of the IMSA family now. And when's your next race?
Next week, we're going to Laguna. So I'm coming back from here, going home for, I think, 2 or 3 days, and then off to Laguna Seca for IMSA. Yeah, we're in Michelin Pilot Challenge. I'm in the number 60 car with Core Motorsports.
Nice.
So here we got the results.
Look out for Evan Slater then, and go onto your social media to find him. He's a good boy and well worth following. There's your race results then for our Groups 9 and 10 Mission GT Challenge. Brett Goforth, Ben Myers, Herman Goforth in third, and then Andrew Myers in fourth. So it's been an interesting. I've never seen a top 4 like that. Kevin Clayton in 5th, Womack 6th, who we spoke to on the grid. Great result for him. Michael Potapo in 7th place, Greg Sherman in 8th, Carmine Rapucci in 9th position, and Russell Wittenberg rounding out the top 10. My thanks to Evan Slater joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Are you going to be busy for the rest of the weekend, or are you...
Yeah, we have another race tomorrow, so I'll be around. I'm doing some coaching here, so I'll be looking at data, looking at some video, talking about how to find some speed. But just
goes
happy
without
to be
saying,
here.
You're always welcome in the booth, Evan Slater.
Yeah, well,
it's a joy
you.
to have you back.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So high above Michelin Raceway here at Road Atlanta. We're in that tower that you can see there, the modern, brand new tower. I say brand new, it's been around a few years now. But let's take a look at our highlights from the Mission GT Challenge. And we got away and straight off get-go, the GT1 just took off, really. And Goforth was well ahead within the next few laps. But there were some good battles throughout this one, as you'd expect. Spoke to Irwin at the beginning of the race, and he was racing hard in his GT4, but even though he had to side his way through a bit of traffic, there was no such problems for the number 98 in the GT1. Used the grunt well, kept it under control, and took it home to victory. And a good display of racing, good control racing too, never easy in slightly slippy conditions, but he made it count. We'll take a short break here at the Mitty. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
At Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. Muscle cars, supercars, rad cars, one of the Spec cars. Coupes, convertibles, compacts, liftbacks, fastbacks, and hatchbacks. We love them all because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta. We're sitting pretty because it's the Mitty, and we're having some fun. And the weather's not really playing its part at the moment, but we'll take it. It's a little grey out there, and this is the 48th running of the Mitty, and looking forward to some of the more interesting historic cars to come. But we've had some modern GTs, we've had some prototypes. Let's head down to Matt Yoakum and find out what's going on in the pit lane.
Well, the cars are pulling down onto pit lane, and Brent Goforth, walk us through the pass right on the start. Excellent move.
Was a little concerned with the rain coming in. Wasn't sure if she's going to stick real good, so made sure to get the tires nice and hot during the off lap or start lap there. Got 2 really good laps to warm them up, and kind of just sent it in there. She stuck, and we went. So. Man, what a great journey this has been. First, I'd like to thank God for, just everything with the blessings He's given us. It's been a long year. Last year, April, we had a huge trailer fire and took away everything. And we just so happened to come across these GT cars, and man, are they fast. So we're having a lot of fun. Love to just blessed. I'd also love to give a shout out to all of our veterans, our military members, and stuff like that. My veteran brothers, I love you. We're praying for you. Thank you for what you do.
Talk about the fun factor, though. I mean, you got out. I mean, this is a special place to win.
Oh, yeah. Road Atlanta, it's a local track to us. Our shop's out of Dawsonville. I've always loved running here. There's a lot to it. There's bank turns, there's highs, there's lows, sharp pin turns like 7 and stuff like that. So a lot of, I'm just real wrapped up with all this. Just a real fun track. I mean, out of all the tracks we've been to, Road Atlanta is, a premier track for us, and just love coming here. Absolutely, 100% coming here.
And head on over and get your blue medallion for winning here at the Mitty. Goforth certainly dominated today.
No question about it. Excellent stuff. A day he'll remember for some time to come. And some nice thank yous there, too. Always nice to be given an opportunity to have your say. Well, we've got the historic trophy coming up. Looking forward to that. As you can see to the right-hand side of your screen, the cars just lining up in pre-grid. And there's plenty of events going on throughout the weekend here. There's, as you say, as we mentioned, the Mazdas are here in full throng. They'll be doing a road version of cars going around the track in the quiet times on Sunday, because that's part of the rules here. So they use the road cars to do their parade at that time. They've already been out today. They'll be out again tomorrow. How about this? Vintage races for rescues. They've even been a big part of the Mitty, which is they help save dogs and cats and give them a chance to go racing. Well, they don't race, but they get to be part of the event. And we just await for the cars to come out for the next race. And I'm joined in the booth by a man who's coming up and about to go racing, so we've got a bit of time to chat with him. But before we do, let's quickly take a look at the grid for the next one, and then I'll introduce him. So this is our historic trophy presented by WeatherTech starting grid. Tom Long in a Mazda 787. Joel Miller, we've spoken to both Tom and Joel about the cars that they're racing earlier in the coverage. But if you haven't seen these cars, don't go away. You want to see these guys in action. Phil Stratford and Jim Cope. We've got a 2012 Elan DP02, two alongside each other. And then Mark Stratford on Row 3, where the 2000 is another Elan DP02. And then Tristan Nunez, again, we heard from him earlier in the day. Tony Cancel and Cooper in 8th position in the 95 Van Diemen. So quite a smorgasbord of very different cars. And then Brian Yates and Robert Wright, Alistair McEwen and Scott Smith, 11th and 12th. David Smith in 13th. Juan Gonzalez. Well, the mission is on. Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods is in 14th position. 15th is Davis Jones. Mark S. Clark in 16th. And that's Swift DB5 from 1990. And further down, good grid, Andy Gilberg in the flip crane. And you've got a few two-man drives. Chris Ronson Sr. and Jr. are together as well. Chris Young, Randy Slomane in 20th position. James Matthews, 21st. And Peter McLaughlin and Dave Handy. Now, the reason you have two cars is that they will have longer races as well as the weekend goes on. And the man I wanted to introduce is right next to me, Nolan Alia. Is it Ala or Alia? Ala. Let me get it right. First and foremost, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Tell me what you're up to at the Mitty, because again, another what I would call relative youngster to historic.
Yeah, it's an event that I've been looking at running for a while. It's super cool. There's so many really awesome cars. Lots of fans come out. So we're here in the Panos DP01, which is actually built in this area. Built right here. Yeah. And it's been converted with a Judd V10, which is unbelievable. Makes 775 horsepower, so it is wicked quick. And this is just such an awesome place to push a car like that to its absolute limit.
Now, the fans can't see you, but you're dressed fully and look every part of a racing driver. You have to be to drive one of those cars. What's your background? How did you get to that point?
Well, we spent the last 2 seasons racing in Indy Next. That was my first mainstream open-wheel racing series that we really took part in. And then actually earlier this January, we raced in the Formula Regional Oceania Championship down in New Zealand. So that was a FR car, Formula 3 spec. Really cool. So all just to get me ready to drive something that big, which at the time was IndyCar spec in 2007. Amazing.
Yeah, no question. And I've been part of that championship for many years in New Zealand, and I know that there's so much racing to be done. I think you get something like over 3,500 kilometers per season, but that season is just 4 weeks.
Yes.
So I say to some of the drivers, get ready for week 4 because your mind is going to be a mess because you're just doing nothing but racing, which is great.
Yeah, and week 4 is the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, right. Then it starts getting busy.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable campaign. I think we did 15 races in the span of 4 weeks, and then every weekend we're on track roughly 13 times. So a lot of seat time. Really good to get warmed up for whatever you're going to be racing in throughout the season. So there was actually an incredible field down there. Over a third of the current FIA F3 grid was competing in this series, and some of the people that were successful there are now over back in FIA F3 being successful again.
I'm delighted to say Ugo Ugachukwu, an American from New York, won the championship. We haven't been able to say that for a while. We've had Americans down there many times and have all come out and been successful since going down there, like yourself. And I think it's a great breeding ground, but great to have an American winner. As you look at this grid, what do you fancy driving?
There are so many cool cars. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be making a transition to sports car racing right now, and I've looked into the prototype thing just a little bit, and it is really cool. And there's some amazing cars out here. Again, cars that are built local to this area. So a lot of hometown favorites like the Elan. I know the factory's right around the corner.
I was talking to Evan Slater about this just a moment ago. I know you're established, you're there already. You've been through Indy Next, and you've got your own sort of notoriety. But historic racing, like the Mitty here, is a great place if to try something that you may not have tried before, to meet people you may not have tried before, and introduce yourself to people who don't know you necessarily. And I think that's happening more and more. And I would love, I think it's great. I'd love to encourage it.
Yeah, it is. It's a really community type of event. It feels like you're just out here to have fun, and everyone's really experiencing the cars, experiencing the track, and it's more of a festival than a race weekend.
Yep.
It is really, really cool, and the environment is always very friendly. Even though we're all out there competing and we want to win, we're just having fun and showing off some incredible machines, like the Mazdas that are out there right now. The 787 in particular is one of my personal favorites. That probably you asked me what I would want to drive, it would be the 787 or the 792P. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, that 787, I remember screaming around Le Mans, and it was a sight to behold. Well, it wasn't a sight to behold. It was a sound to behold, because at night, no one really noticed it. Because obviously the orange and the green, that was fantastic. The monster, it was described by Tristan Nunes, I think it was, earlier today. But I remember it well, because we didn't, you can't see this. There was no, back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was no big screens to be had if you were a fan like me. But you knew when the Mazda was coming.
Yeah.
Or you knew whether it was still in contention or not, because it screamed through the forest. You were like, oh, okay, here they come.
Absolutely. One of my old mechanics and crew guys from over in England, he actually told me a story about when he was working on that car back when it ran professionally, and he said when they would warm up the engine, you had to hold on to your heart, because it was so visceral.
Oh,
just
I can imagine.
Unbelievably screaming is the perfect word for it. You had the right word for it.
Yeah, we called it the Screaming. It's been nicknamed all sorts of things, the Monster, you name it, but that is all to do with the rotary style, the innovative style that Mazda have brought to racing. And there's a conspiracy theory that they won Le Mans, and then they were just too upset by being beaten by the Japanese manufacturer, and it was the first Japanese manufacturer to win in Le Mans. And they said that they changed the rules so it couldn't race. That's actually not true. The rules did change, but not because Mazda won. But it actually made that car more famous here in America, simply because the rules were more compliant here. So it actually did more racing as a car here in the States than it did over in Europe. So
better for us, I guess.
Yeah,
Perfect.
you go. Yeah, but you're right. It's very, very distinctive as a car, and no one will forget it. But yeah, we've got a really good, interesting field here. I'm guessing you probably know a fair few of them.
I've heard a couple of these names in the field. I think, like you said, it is
probably
actually
raced a few of them too.
No, I don't know if I've been lucky enough to race with a few of these guys, but it is a really talented field for what is essentially a vintage festival. It's amazing to see all these guys that have pro campaigns lined up, taking the time to come out here to drive some historic cars. It's really cool.
Got to say, we're about to go racing, so I'll ask you that in a moment. Here they come then. Down past our commentary position. Green flag waves, and we are racing in the historic group 6 and 7 here at the Mitty, the historic trophy. And we dive into action with this absolute moving museum of history. And fettled in between are a bunch of really, really beautiful Mazdas, because we are celebrating that mark this year. And here are a couple of them. And none of the drivers had anything bad to say about the experience of being in one of those Mazdas. But we've got some DPO2s out there as well, and some Pragas, an R1T Praga. We've also got a Lola T282, a Swift, and one Riley Scott.
It's interesting to see the Praga out there. It's a modern car that you don't really get the chance to see racing over here too much, but it actually has a very incredible campaign over in England. I know there's a lot of them over there. They have a whole championship. So you see them running when we would do our Formula 4 days over at Silverstone. You'd see them out on track, and they're actually really, really cool cars.
Now, would I be right in saying that your family are the epitome of this kind of racing? You're racing, Dad's raced, or has been connected, Granddad, everybody's been involved.
Yeah, my grandpa's 83, and he's still, up until last year, he's still racing, and we're looking to get him back in the car.
He was still racing last year?
We think we're going to get him back in the car this year, too.
Oh,
so,
no. Keeps him out of trouble.
Yes, exactly.
So, lap 2 already, and we're starting to spread out. Tom Long leading the way in the 1990 Mazda 787, making a roaring sound, but as you can see, it's not getting away too quickly, but still, plenty of time to go in this one. Yeah, that I think the livery alone sets it apart, and I think the combination of the noise and the livery just made it iconic, didn't it?
Iconic, yeah, definitely the right word for it, as it's battling with its more modern brother.
Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to make an iconic color scheme for a sports car, I think. I think when those C-Class Mercedes came out, all gray and black, and you were like, uh-oh, they're back. And the same with the Jaguars and the silk cut colors, or even the 44 Jaguars, the white and green, that have raced here many times. Just iconic colors that you recognize instantly in sports car racing. 43 of Matt Stratford, in the 2007 Elan DP02. Just behind the 02, or the 202, I should say, of Tristan Nunez. Perfect guy at the wheel for that. He said it's a monster. That's how he described it. But loves driving it.
On and off drizzling for the past hour, so it's definitely going to be a little bit slick out there. So I'm sure everyone's just trying to find their footing. Looking to not make any mistakes early in the race for sure, especially with some of these cars, quite a bit of horsepower underneath the right foot.
Yeah, I was going to say, you compare this to where we're obviously used to seeing them at bigger or longer tracks, and this would be really tricky in slick conditions where it's just a little bit damp or a bit iffy here and there at certain corners where you're not 100% sure of just what's down and what's not. But as you can see from the high shot, it doesn't look like there's any rain anywhere. But as you get a little closer, like you say, it gets a bit greasier, and this is where it all comes together. How hard is it, and where do you start to make an approach for that overtake at 10? Where does that begin?
It depends on the exit out of 7, really. Yeah, the track where the corners are named so differently based off of what you're feeling in the car. But you make the exit out of 7, and it's such a long straight, so you have a lot of time to psych yourself up to a move, per se.
And when do you know it's on and when it's not on? Or do you get halfway through oh, it's on, oh, no, it's not?
You just have to feel how much you've closed up in the draft. If there's something that you think you're going to be able to press the issue down into 10A, and then you just have to understand that once you come over the little bit of the right-hand kink that leads into the downhill section, you can pop out last minute and make a lunge, knowing that if you can beat him to the apex, you'll likely have a good position coming up and over the crest.
Yeah, and the more I learn about Road Atlanta, the more I realize that 10B is just as crucial, because it's all very well getting it done at 10A, but if you don't get out at 10B, you're going to lose a lot of drive up the hill and under the bridge, and then be under pressure again at turn 1 and 2, or last turn and turn 1.
Yeah, and oftentimes it's better to slow up 10A to make sure that you're going to get the car pitched and rotated for 10B, so you can get the launch up and down the hill, as opposed to being tight at 10B, where even though you might still have the inside, you're going to be slow on exit and you'll get rolled around the outside down the hill.
Well, let's get the latest on the tires. Let's head down to Matt. What have you got?
Well, guys, when you look at this special weekend, and when you would walk by the Mazda Heritage Collection, it was always 3, 4, and 5 deep. Everyone wanted to get up close, take pictures. The cars, so beautiful. Now, that 56 that Tom Long is driving, that is a recent restoration. It took over 8 months by Fliss Performance, because the car is 30-plus years old. So quite often, it's a challenge to find some parts which are simply unattainable, because they were special parts built for this car back in the day. That took a little bit longer, but they completed the restoration, and it's such a tribute to the technology back then. But Also, you look at the challenge of when you have a car that's 30, 40 years old, you've got to find the right tire to match up with that technology. And that's exactly what the folks from Michelin did. Older technology aligned with this older chassis. The Michelin Pilot Sport Legends tire is what these Mazda prototypes are racing. Now, the front tires are similar to what GT3 and GT4 cars compete with now, but those rears are completely different, special for this era and these cars, and Michelin has done a fantastic job. As you can see, these cars are beautiful out front.
Yeah, no question. Thanks, Matt. Great work. And we just got a fastest lap from Stratford with a 1:23.1. So conditions now starting to settle down as we take a look at Cope in the 21 in second place in his DP02. I've got Nolan Alla, who's going to be, what, you out there? When are you out?
440 if it doesn't rain.
Great. That's what we're looking for. And what are you driving?
We will be driving the DP01 Champ car from 2007, and it was converted with a Judd V10, which makes roughly 775 horsepower.
What was it originally then?
It was a Cosworth V8, and I believe it made upwards of 900.
Wow. Fun to drive? I don't think I need to ask that.
It's certainly, yeah, unbelievable to drive. And actually, what we were talking about down on pit lane, the tire issue, back in the day, it did not run on the tires that we're using right now. We're using Avon tires that are a lot harder, but they get us through these vintage weekends with a little bit less overall performance. But construction of a tire and matching it to the car is so important. So it's really good to hear that Michelin did a great job with those tires for the cars that are out front right now, and it looks like they're just getting faster and faster.
We'll give some hope to the bedroom racers like myself. What's happening? Oh, we got a spin. Now, he is in a precarious position now. The yellow, you can see the marshals doing their job, but that's a classic place to spin. You're putting the power down at 7, just get it down too quickly, and probably a little bit of slickness probably on the outside as well. Bit of a combination. Let's hope he gets it going, because I'd hate to see the proceedings slow down any, but he hasn't moved yet. Now he's going, and they can avoid him. But I was going to say, you've got a background in mechanical engineering, and I know you've done a lot of iRacing and sim racing. How close, for my bedroom racing fans like myself, are the tracks on a sim compared to the real thing?
Tracks are unbelievable, and honestly, they do an amazing job with the cars, too. The way I compare...
But that's the difference. The tracks are perhaps better than the...
I would believe so, yeah. The tracks are all laser scanned. It's really hard to get the proper model of especially a tire for certain cars, but the tracks are perfect. If you're looking to learn the lefts and rights and learn some of the nuances, the cadence of what you're going to be performing, and yeah, honestly, it scans so intently that you can see and feel the bumps. So when you get there in real life, I'd say it's 9/10 of the way there.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. But as we heard from one of the other drivers earlier today, he said, yeah, come under 10B. He said, come under the bridge and throw yourself off a 3-story thing. That's when it feels real.
True.
And I get that, because you could never simulate the real G-force and the real sensation it is to be rattling around in one of these things. And I never realized until I actually took a 2-seater ride in a Formula 1 car, a Minardi of all things, but it was violent. And a single-seater, I don't need to tell you that. I mean, it is teeth-breaking, eye-shatteringly violent.
Yeah, it's a very stiff ride, that's for sure, and stiff means more responsive, so the stiffer you can run without shaking your teeth out, the faster your car will be. So it's, I think sim racing is the perfect place for anyone who's looking to get into motorsports to start, and from my personal experience, it's the reason that I'm driving at all.
There you go. So, hope for us all. Good little battle here. Out of 6 and into 7, and this is what we were talking about. This corner here, getting it right out of here, don't make a mess of the outside of that corner, and then get the power down. As you can see, we're about to see a classic overtake here at Road Atlanta, down that straight under the Motor Bridge, and then it's all downhill towards 10A, and you're waiting, getting onto the anchors as late as you possibly can, tucking yourself up against the man who's in front, and hopefully being close enough to make an overtake. Not that time, though, as we go back to the 202 Charge Mazda. And what a beautiful sight and sound that is. Only in 4th at the moment, Tristan Nunez, but it won't bother him. He's just having a ball. Yeah, and you can tell they haven't got the wick up. It's not screaming perhaps as loud as we might expect at times, but that doesn't matter. Still great to have it out racing. And that's the truth. People who enjoy this kind of racing believe that these cars shouldn't be not seen or not heard. They should be driven, not hidden. That's the ethos, and I couldn't agree more.
Absolutely.
Now you hear it. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was out there to see it in real life, and it is something else.
I know, it blew my head off back in the late 80s, early 90s when I went to Le Mans to I know, it's one of the outstanding memories. I can't tell you one of the races, but I can tell you about the Mazdas. But it made a big impression. Well, it was so different back then. I suppose it still is. Here is your leader, Phil Stratford. Mark Stratford in second place. So, again, another family battle. Here's the 44 of Young in the Stour WF4 from 2006 up against the 88 of Gilberg in the Swift DB2. Neat little car. I always enjoy watching these races to see how design has changed or how innovation between similar cars can approach the same difficulty, if you will, in completely different ways. Different wings, different shapes, different designs, different weight, and obviously power to weight ratio is different as well. So that always, especially in historic racing, you get to see that laid out in front of you. Rather with a one-make series, it's hard to identify, whereas here you can see the differences. White flag out then. Conditions look pretty good, no?
I think they're looking all right, yeah. I think we're going to be going racing at 440.
Good. How many races do you think you'll get in of a weekend of this historic?
We have the one today, and then we'll go again tomorrow. We're the final race of the weekend at 5:10, I believe, tomorrow.
So plenty of track time.
Oh, plenty of track time.
And what is your future plan? What's your hope?
Actually, it is unannounced, but we will be going to Mustang Challenge Racing next week at Laguna Seca. So actually, we fly out tomorrow to get over there and start to acclimate. So very excited to do that. It'll be my first race in something with a roof. So a little bit different for me.
And that's the one-make series?
That is the one-make series.
Wow.
H-pattern, manual.
Yeah, I love it.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I haven't used the H-pattern since my Formula Ford days.
Yeah, that takes you back, doesn't it? That gets you back to where it all began. There's the 55, that's Cooper in the Van Diemen, the 95 Van Diemen. Good-looking car, too. This is the final lap. Here comes your leader, Phil Stratford, into 10A for the final time. We've been listening to Nolan Allen, who is going to be in action later today. We'll be cheering him on. What's the number car?
The number 70.
Number 70, we'll be looking for it. So everybody's passed through, and now the checkered flag is out for Phil Stratford, who wins here in the historic trophy at the Mitty 2026. Brings it to a slow rev, but the 2006 Elan has done its business. And yes, he actually got his time down to a 22 or 122.388. Rather handy, given that he's almost a second quicker than those chasing him. Stratford and Cooper follow him in an identical, in 2007 version in second place of the DP02. And then the 95 Van Diemen taking third in the hands of Cooper. Cancel in fourth. Wright. Joel Miller in sixth place in the RX 792P. We didn't get to talk about or see that as much, but again, another classic Mazda. And great to have them all on board for this. Well, thanks, Nolan. Thanks for coming in. And best of luck today, and best of luck with that. It's really exciting to be in the Mustangs. I think that's going to be a really exciting championship. And again, a driver's championship because you're all in identical cars.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights then of the historic trophy by WeatherTech. And a good start. A clean start, which is what we always want. Conditions a little bit iffy, but for the main, dry. Offline, maybe not so much. Certainly, you don't want to put these heavy, high-powered cars onto the paint. where it could be wet, but it was great to see the famous 202 out there, and the 56 as well. Two great masters of the past, but no one could stop Stratford in that 95
1, 2,
Milan
3, 4.
DP02 from 2006. He led from start to finish, no such problems, but those behind him had a few. One here at 7, but he got it going again. No harm, no foul, but a good exhibition and a good, I say exhibition, it was a good race, but it was a good exhibition for the Mazda heritage cars to be out on track, and it's Mazda everywhere you look here this weekend. More to come as well, but well done to Phil Stratford, who takes the win ahead of Mark Stratford in second place, Cooper in third, Cancel fourth, Robert Wright in fifth, and Joel Miller sixth, David Smith seventh, Brian Yates in eighth in the Praga from 2025, and then all the way back to the 74 Lola T2 82 of the mighty Juan Gonzalez in ninth position, and then Alistair McEwen rounding out the top 10 in another Praga R1T. So then, as the track goes to quiet for a few seconds, more racing to come from the Mitty, and we welcome you. 48 years of running here at Road Atlanta, and that's the other part of this is so special, is the fact that we've been running at the very same course. There's been a few changes. There's been a few safety concerns that they changed a little bit over the years, but nigh on, this track has remained the same throughout, and it really is a joy to come here each and every year to enjoy racing here from the start of the season, from spring or from even earlier than that, and then all the way to Petit Le Mans. So always racing throughout the year here, and conditions can vary, but it's always fun. We'll take a short break here from the Mitty. We'll be back with more action. Stay with us on Racer. Yeah, very good.
At Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. Muscle cars, supercars, rad cars, one of one in the Spec cars. Coupes, convertibles, compacts, liftbacks, fastbacks, and hatchbacks. We love them all because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
Well, it certainly is a Stratford family celebration in Victory Lane, and beautiful cars. Dad Phil, son Mark.
Correct.
When you get a chance to do things with your child, but when you're doing it at such a high level like this, does it make it even more special, the moments?
It certainly does, especially if he finishes behind me like I was lucky enough today. That's rule number one, don't overtake Dad. But no, it's just fantastic to be here for the whole event. We've run this event quite a few years now and we love coming here. We look forward to it. For us, it's a season opener. So 7 months out of the car and then wallop, you're in at one of the fastest tracks in the country. So being the first race, I have a few people to thank, the crew. Mike, Jaime and Chuck done a fabulous job. Allenberg Racing Schools, if you want to learn how to drive fast, then I suggest you go there. And of course, even though I'm old, I had some coaching today from his son Alex, and that really taught me a lot. Even as much as this morning, I was learning how to go a bit faster. And I also want to thank the factory Mazda drivers because we're behind these special factory heritage cars with factory drivers in them, and we're not exactly sure what we're supposed to do, not do. And I just want to thank them for letting us by today and looking after those cars and not making us even try and race them. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, we're all kids at heart. When you look at those cars, it takes us back to when we were kids. What was it like looking at that big, fat prototype wing right in front of you?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing, especially if you're an amateur driver like myself, because you've only really seen these cars on TV, you know, and you've seen the pro drivers race them, and you imagine one day being out there with them, and wow, if you try hard enough, your dreams can come true, and ours did today.
Dreams certainly have come through. 1-2 finish for the Stratfords, Phil and Mark, and historic trophy by WeatherTech.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, it's still very grey out there, but I'm told on good authority that it's not necessarily going to come anytime soon. So we'll keep on going here at the Mitty, the 48th running of this famous event, which began back in 1977 when a group of enthusiasts thought they'd have a time trial, and I think it was the Jaguar and Aston Martin clubs here locally that got together and said, you know what, this would be fun. Let's live like Walter Mitty. Let's live out our fantasies. Let's go racing. And at first they wanted to do a time trial, but then it started to evolve, and they realized, you know what? Let's actually put some races together. And then the interest started to grow, and as they say, here we are today. Grand Prix Classics is up next, and that in historic terms, in historic sports car racing terms, is Group 4A and B. And as you can see, some pretty interesting cars out there, and some pretty interesting drivers too. Mark Giroux, I recognise from many a historic race. Travis Engen. I don't think there's a racetrack anywhere in America that doesn't have the name Travis Engen. Some weekend or other. He loves his racing, and he will be taking part on us starting on the third row. But while I've got a moment, just joining me in the booth is the man that makes it all happen, John Noonan, who of course runs both IMSA and HSR, but they're one and the same in many ways, if you like. And I was listening to an interview the other day. You were basically saying that what HSR is in the position to do is celebrate what IMSA has achieved effectively over the 50 years, right?
100%. Thank you, first of all, for all the work you and the entire Greenlight team are doing to bring the 48th running of the Mitty content to fans around the world. We're so proud to be able to kick off this event, not only with Mazda as a feature, but last night we announced the 2027 schedule to all of our competitors.
Big year.
Big year, 50 years. We unveiled the logo. And, you know, in the end, to your point, this is I said it back at the Classic 24, this is IMSA's version of Night at the Museum.
I was just about to ask you that. I watched that interview this morning, and I said to myself, that is the epitome. You've got it in one.
Yeah.
Explain what you mean.
Well, you know, I grew up around the sport, and you know, just the last interview there, you know, we saw these cars on television or read about them in a magazine and saw pictures. Never could we have imagined seeing these cars, perhaps for some folks, live and hear them. And I think that's what makes this so magical, is this is a group of enthusiasts. In the case of Mazda, they brought their collection, the Heritage Collection, with pro drivers. And it brings alive so much IMSA history, so much SCCA history, and even in this case, with the Grand Prix Classics, it brings cars that ran in Grand Prix, certainly ran all over Europe. So for me, again, I don't know where I came up with that, but I think it's
it's apropos, totally.
IMSA's Night at the Museum.
You also made a comment in that interview, which I also think is, you were saying that sports car racing, and I think I mentioned this to you last time we spoke, which is in a moment. And just explain what you mean by that, because sports car racing world over has had, you know, highs and lows, just like any sport. But right now we are, in the last few years, seeing a huge purple patch worldwide, USA-wide, and now in Asia growing, you know, from strength to strength. It hasn't been this good for a long time.
No, my teammates from IMSA and I in Daytona Beach often talk about both internally and externally wanting to be essentially the heartbeat of the auto industry. To your point, things ebb and flow in the auto industry. And we've seen, and I grew up in the GTP era of 81 through the early 90s at IMSA races. And, things ebbed and flowed from there. And then just had the opportunity when I was at Mazda to have Mazda back in the top category. And now what we're experiencing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is absolutely remarkable. And I'm just so happy to be part of it. And here we go, green, green, green.
Here we go, green, 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 exactly that here at Road Atlanta. The Mitty underway again, and this is our Grand Prix Classics. It's a small field, but we don't mind. This is what it's all about. And I love seeing these cars race, and I like you say, why keep it in a museum when you can actually use it and show that history and talk to people and encourage people? I've been lucky, and I don't know if you've been listening, but we've had so many young guys who are on the way up. They're not old fellas like us that just have been around for a while. These guys are enjoying historic racing and being part of this scene because of the atmosphere, because of the fact that they get plenty of time on track, and because it's good for their careers.
100%, and I think one of the things about Grand Prix Classic, and you look back at drivers who have made it to the top, in quotes, and they started in something like what we're seeing on track right now. You see the name Brabham up there. Well, the car leading is a March Super V. I watched cars like that in the Bosch Super V series, powered by Volkswagen here in the States when I was a kid. But then Brabham, well, Jeff Brabham used that as a launch pad. Jeff's son, Matthew, used these types of single-seater open-wheel championships as a launch pad for him all the way into IndyCar. Names like Reynard. And I'm personally a huge Formula Ford buff, so to see a 32F, of which I had a 78 for a while, or a Lola 342, those are the cars that I grew up hanging on the fence, wanting to be part of the action.
Spent quite a lot of time with David Brabham last year. He was mentoring a young FR driver in single-seaters, and obviously he's got plenty of experience there, having raced in Formula One. But of course his sports cars, and what the Brabhams are known, certainly in this country, is for sports car racing. And it was great that I was able to spend, or actually do some commentary on Jeff, Matt and David all racing historic cars with Brabhams on the side, i.e. Brabham Motor Cars, and that was a first for them, but also to see all three of them out there just absolutely almost splitting paint off each other, but enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah, and you and I are fortunate, guys like Matt Yoakum, we were fans, right? We watched, then we read about it, and now we've had the opportunity to have a career in this sport. And for me to even be in the conversation with Jeff Brabham, who Matt ran when I was running the Mazda Road to Indy. David Brabham, I ran against him when we were running the Mazda program, and for me, those are pinch me moments that I can't even sometimes believe I'm in the same conversations with names like that. So I've just been blessed to be part of this, whether it was at the Mazda days or here we are in IMSA in the moment, one of the greatest moments in the history of sports car racing.
Well, there are plenty of fans like us out there in the grandstands. Matt is amongst them.
Often we talk about where are we going to find the next drivers? Is it going to be a driving school? What ladder system? But now you're hearing more and more, especially with IMSA's STEM program, where are the next engineers going to come from? The next tire changers, the mechanics. And one of the places that we're seeing more and more students come out of is from the Lanier Technical College. And John Leverett, talk to us about your incredible program.
Well, it's a really neat program. It's a 2-year degree teaching them to be motorsports mechanics and fabricators. So relatively unique. We're one of the few people doing it in the country. Great connections here at Road Atlanta, great connections with the HSR. So we've got an adopt a student program where the teams get to actually adopt students for a race weekend. And it's given them the real world experience that we really want to have that we can't quite simulate in the lab.
So you've got the hands-on experience here, but looking ahead, alumni are always great sales tools of, I went through the program, this is what I benefited from. You've had some students that have gone to Le Mans with the Corvette racing program, working in NASCAR. What's some of the biggest hands-on skills that they learn in your program?
Well, we're actually one of the most diverse programs I can think of, because they're learning how to do mil-spec wiring. In fact, one of our grads is working for SpaceX right now because of that. They're getting to do composites, molds, patterns, and parts out of carbon fiber, Kevlar, and fiberglass. They tear down engines, they tear down gearboxes, welding skills, machine shop skills, fabrication skills. We even keep the old world English wheel alive with some projects for them as well. So it's just exposing them to so many different elements to see what they have the natural penchant for, and it's an area that they want to focus on, because there's just so many tangents in motorsports as well. So our goal is to expose them to everything and see what works best.
You know, quite often you always see students today with their tablets, their laptops. They learn so much. I know my daughter does. On the computer, there's nothing like hands-on experience, especially when you're looking at technical stuff. And the folks at Lanier Technical College, and John, and what all these students are doing, these are the next generation of mechanics, crew chiefs, engineers, technical directors that we're going to be covering in all of IMSA racing.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm delighted to have John Noonan alongside me, because I can ask the question that does interest me, which is, you know, are we doing enough? Do you feel that we are getting the youth involved? I cover a lot of Formula One, and it's great to see more women involved in the technical side of and mechanical engineering side of motor racing, as well as strategy and many other forms, and of course now with F1 Academy and many other series, that participation. But the youngsters, with AI, with computers, with all the rest of it, you know, are we still doing enough, do you think?
We are, and at least I can tell you on the IMSA side, we are. Just last weekend at the Long Beach Grand Prix, we hosted a group of about 30 students, primarily focused on what Matt was speaking about with the folks from Lanier. Those are the hands-on, the future technicians. 6 weekends out of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship season, we're hosting students as part of our STEM program on the more engineering and computer-based side. This coming week, we have a special announcement coming about a future technicians, mainly on the automotive dealership side, and a career portal that we're establishing. You know, right now there is a shortage of talent in the pipeline for technicians at dealerships, and as part of IMSA and HSR, we want to be the solution, or one of the solutions, as I said earlier, the heartbeat of the auto industry. If they've got an issue, we want to be part of helping solve it.
Yeah, no question. And like you say, I have a theory that as we, you know, delve more heavily into our technology world, and as this era of technology envelops us, it reminds me of the start of motor racing, or the start of the car, is that it was all novel at first, and everybody was like, oh, you know, do I want to be involved in this? But I do think we as humans are curious, and we will get away from the screens, and we will want to get amongst it, fixing things, opening things up, looking at how they work. And there's nothing better than a car, because it you know, to see what it can actually do once you put it all together, and the joy that you get from seeing what you played, maybe, whether it be putting on a tire, whether it be fettling the engine. I think there's room for everybody in this sport, and I couldn't encourage it more, because we need to get our kids out of the bedrooms and into something that they can get their hands on.
Yeah, there's credible careers that are possible. I have to give it up to Travis Ingen, obviously in the #1 Chevron. Travis, as you said at the Open, has run, I think, 3 cars here this weekend. But the imprint that he's had on the vintage historic space, we're really grateful for his participation. The Audi R8, his Lotus sports racer, but you know, here in the Chevron as part of his involvement with the Monoposto category. And so to have them here celebrate Grand Prix Classics, and in 2027 at the Classic 6 Hour at Watkins Glen, we're going to do that exact thing and celebrate open wheel cars. What a great thing to do at the first place that a U.S. Grand Prix happened there in Watkins Glen. So these cars for me were part of the talent pipeline for, you know, the future stars of IndyCar, Formula One, you name it. And here we are celebrating those cars as well.
You know, and the two you're watching right now, Travis, just ahead of Marc Giraud. I've talked to both of them, but mainly to Travis, who's such a gentleman. But these two have
Having
raced
a good
each
scrap.
other. Well, they race each other week in, week out, and they've got such respect for each other. One weekend it's your turn, next it's mine, and kind of thing. And yeah, Travis, great. I actually always ask him because he drives that amazing Audi R8 as well,
Yeah.
which couldn't be more different.
Exactly.
And I said, how do you
Downforce,
get your head
power.
round?
I love the Lane and Clark scrap here, too. The
Yep.
Lola and the Crosley. It sounds like something from Superman, Lois Lane and
Yeah.
Clark Kent.
Yeah, no kidding. Lane and Clark, yeah, I like it. A Lola T342 and a Crossley 32F. 32F, whichever you prefer.
You know, the beauty of things like Lola and Crosley, and of course in the last race was a Taiga Sports 2000. Those cars, you know, the factories for those cars was usually a shed.
Yes.
Somebody's garage. And these cars were fabricated in small quantities. Then as a company like Lola or even Crosley or certainly Reynard became more and more prominent, major factories were pumping these cars out. But the early models were a couple of mechanics fabricating and building these cars into, you know, what launched the careers of many of the best in Formula One, IndyCar, and beyond.
Yeah, and you know, when we say Grand Prix classics, you've got to remember that back in the day, drivers as well as the fabricators, they ran Formula One, Formula Two, and if you like, the equivalent of Formula 4 to Formula 3 in a weekend sometimes.
Yeah,
You know, and you would find a Jim Clark or whatever, not just racing in a Formula 1 car, but also still in Moss in a Formula 2 car or whatever. You find yourself against all sorts of folks.
Yeah. But what a weekend we've had here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're about 40 entries up over last year. So that is really special. Certainly the Mazda featured mark element of the weekend helped that. But, you know, a lot of new cars that I haven't seen. And I, as you know, get to a lot of racetracks throughout the season. So it always makes me happy to see some new hardware and some folks that are joining us at an HSR event for the very first time. And we hope, and the fans have come out in such big numbers today. A bunch of campers out in the 5, 6, 7 area all along the back straight. And then, of course, Mazda brought a huge car corral today, and I think there's another big Rotary Owners Club coming tomorrow. So we couldn't be more grateful to have them on board. Hagerty, they're all about driving. And I saw Ava Gregory from a distance. I think she pulled up here in a Volkswagen Carmen Ghia today. So you talk about passion for driving, these folks. And, of course, I saw Juan Gonzalez earlier, who has got his 914.6 here. He's got his Lola Sports Racer here. These are the real, stakeholders of vintage historic racing from a driver standpoint or a corporate partner.
Just about to take the white flag is your leader, Thomas Frelich. And there it is. And he's way ahead. He's having a great time. 8 seconds ahead of the chasing field. That's Bruce Hamilton, the third in the 76. And Marc Giraud has got ahead of Travis Engen for the podium. But that could change. Those two will go at it, I'm sure. And like I said, a lot of trust between those two particular drivers. You mentioned it. Can I put you on the spot?
Yep.
What can you tell me about 27? Because it's obviously your 50th year.
Very exciting. We'll be back at the Rolex 24, which will be the 65th running of the Rolex 24 with IMSA Classic. You know, we had NASCAR Classic here. We'll have IMSA Classic back during the Rolex 24 weekend. We'll announce the featured years that'll be participating. But what a special opportunity to have those cars, IMSA's history in front of our current fans that are attending the Rolex 24. Fast forward to Valentine's weekend. We'll be at Sebring with the Classic 12. Now, some would say you're ending the season with a Classic 12 at Sebring. How can you have one so soon? Well, next year is the 75th running of the Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring.
Okay.
So
you have
the Classic 12 will be part of the promotion for that event. Imagine police escorts on the road from the racetrack to downtown Sebring to educate the fans further in the local community about the 12-hour and what's going to be happening there. Of course, we'll be back here at the Mitty a big 50th anniversary celebration throughout the year, but definitely at the Mitty, we'll celebrate British sports cars here. We will also celebrate, as I said, in big numbers, the 50th anniversary with British sports cars. Of course, then we'll head up to Watkins Glen for the Classic 6. That will, again, be Grand Prix Classic focus with open-wheel cars from Formula One, IndyCar, Super Vs, Formula Fords, you name it. Of course, we'll be back here in September for the Classic 10-hour. That will feature the SCCA National Championship runoffs, which is returning to Michelin Raceway in 27 and 28. And my first visit to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta was in 1979 to the SCCA runoffs. And that championship weekend, so special, took place here from 1970 to 1993. So bringing that back here, we'll celebrate that as part of the HSR weekend and SCCA's history. Of course, we'll be at the Classic 24 back in Daytona in early November, and then wrap up the season at Sebring with pistons and props, airplanes and cars, and that's brought to you by the L&J Automotive Network. Throughout the season, we have the Mission GT Challenge that Pirelli is supporting, and then, of course, those big Classic 6, Classic 12, 10, and 24s are brought to you by Mission Foods. So it's going to be a great year. We wanted to get the schedule out early so people can plan. And you never know what we'll have up our sleeve for 28. We're working on some special venues maybe that we haven't been to before. Keep it fresh for our participants as well as our fans.
Wow, mouth-watering prospect. And let's just finish on another high note, because we're taking the monsters of NASCAR to Le Mans. We've been talking about the Mazda and the sound it made back in the days of the late 80s and early 90s and how it came to, prominence. But boy, is NASCAR going to scare the hell out of the French and the British, who will be definitely hungover when they come out, and will be quite frightened.
3 years ago, I had this incredible opportunity to lead the Garage 56 project, and I can tell you from the moment that we rolled the car off the trailer to every time we fired it up, the fans went crazy. 2026 represents exactly 50 years since Bill France Sr. had the idea to take NASCAR there. Those two cars, the Ford Torino that Dick Brooks drove, Junie Dunleavy's team, and the Dodge Charger, the Olympia beer car that Herschel McGriff and his son ran, those cars will be there.
Brilliant.
And if you look in turn one on the feed, and I think Matt did a piece earlier, all the cars are getting crated up. And it's been 9 years since I was behind the wheel of a race car, but this morning there might have been an opportunity for me to get some laps in Scott Dolphy's awesome Mobil 1 Craftsman truck. I will be driving over in Le Mans with our amazing group, Joe Nemechek and Dennis Althoff, bringing so many customers over there, the guys at Cobra Automotive. It's going to be a magical trip. We're going to take them to Normandy to experience that, and so many family members are coming, and there is I think an idea that the Perrier car driven by Jean Girard is going to make an appearance. That's owned by Pat Womack. Joe Nemechek might just be in the Old Spice car, and yours truly, I think, might be donning a Wonder Bread uniform behind the. So they're gonna laugh. They're gonna plug their ears because we're gonna put on a crazy good show. Kurt Busch will be there. You name it.
And if they ain't first, they'll be last, that's for sure. Thanks, John Noonan. Thanks for coming in. We'll take a look at the highlights of what that last race was, which, of course, was the GP Classics. John Noonan, of course, the president of Historic Racing and HSR, as well as IMSA, of course. And long may it continue. What a great little race we had, dominated by the March Super V, who won by some 6 seconds in the end. Fastest time of 1:31.6, pretty handy in these conditions, which were a little bit slippy or a little bit unsure, shall we say. Good battle between Travis Engen and Giro, and as they seem to do most weekends in historic racing. But it was Tom Frelich in the number 10, the number 9 at the 1979 Super V from March that took the win. But as you can see, battles throughout. That was the one we mentioned there with Engen in the Chevron and the Brabham BT29, excuse me. So then, as you can see, it's getting slightly brighter here at Atlanta. And I'm glad to say the rain has stayed off here for the Mitty, the 48th running of the Mitty. And we are sitting pretty here in the tower because we are enjoying the Mitty. I hope you are too. It's great to bring it to our television audience as well as the fans that come out year on year. We'll take a short break. More action to come from the Mitty.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Oh, geez, I got to tell you, now I'm hoping that they can make a delivery of chips and salsa down here to Victory Lane. Well, the darker sky certainly has not darkened the mood and certainly not the fun. And when you look at this beautiful Super V Tom Fralick, he got out. You could not have had a bigger smile. Can you describe just the fun that you've had today?
Well, it's not just today. This is my 28th consecutive year with this car, and I absolutely love it. I love coming to Road Atlanta. I've missed HSR the last couple of years. It's a thrill to be back at the Mitty. Thanks to everybody who made this possible. Yeah, you got it. You're having fun. How could you not smile? I'm blessed. I want to thank everyone who made this possible, and my wife who's recovering at home. Honey, I love you and I miss you.
When you talk about all of your time here, HSR, especially at the Mitty, can you describe the growth that we have seen over the past couple of years? Because my first time was 3 years ago, and it seems like 10 times the crowd today that I saw then.
Yeah, you know, last time I was here was 2023. So when I came in here the other day, I must admit I was shocked. Obviously, the marriage with IMSA, the effort they're putting forward in promoting this is paying big dividends. I look forward to coming back. I'll be 80 in 5 years, so I got 5 more years. So keep it going, John. I got 5 more years, buddy.
He looks great. Tom Fralick, Monticello, Florida, takes home the blue ribbon medallion, P1, here at the Mitty.
So then, more racing to come. And like we've heard, the weather has done its bit of staying off. We are expecting worse weather later in the day, but it shouldn't affect our coverage here on Racer. And just delighted to have you on board for the Mitty. Nice laid-back event. Done a lot of historic racing in the past, and it's just nice to have a community of laid-back guys who just want to have fun. There's no real angst. There's no real overly competitive situation. It's more a case of not run what you bring, but just go racing and find a slot to work out where your car fits into the overall scene. But that said, if you go to the hsrrace.com website, it's all there. And you can see the live timing, you can see the entry list, you can see the regulations, and you can see the history. And with that, as we wait for our next race, let's have a quick chat with our sponsors.
HSR The Mitty 2026 is brought to you by Sunoco. Performance is what we do. Hoosier, tires designed for champions. MPI, shaped by a racer for the best racers.
Yeah, no risk, right? Great job bringing it home in third. Thank you. Very welcome. Travis Singer taking third place.
And coming up, here's our starting grid for our legacy races. That's groups 5, 8, and 11. This is their first race of the weekend. And as you can see from this group and our leaderboard here, you can see that Patrick Bean in the Chevrolet Decon Monza is in pole position. And then our favored, if you will, mark of the weekend. And that's Alex Bactura in the Mazda RX-7. And the history of that car particularly, going from the RX-2, 3, and now up to 7. And it was the 7 really that really made the impact here with IMSA. And John Durnell in third position. John Snyder in the BMW in fourth. Blake Wilson in another RX-7 from 85 in fifth. And then a 935 Porsche of Mike Smith in sixth place. Stephen Fitzgerald is in seventh with the 82 BMW 323i. And then Rabs Smith in the 93 Mazda RX-7. Stacey Wilson and John Arnold, 9th and 10. Then we get down to some American muscle with Ford Mustang from 1979 in Tom Rogers, Mark Paternity in an RX-8, starts 12th, Jeff Knight 13th, Cliff Berry and Ryan Harold in the 14th place. Alex Welsh starts 15th, Cliff Berry in 16th place. Let's head down once again to Matt Yoakum, who's got John McCormick.
When you go back to the movie Ford versus Ferrari, it created a whole new generation of car fans, especially those beautiful iconic machines from the 60s and into the 70s. And John McCormick, what's it like driving this beautiful Cobra replica car with the low windshield, the wind blowing you in the face?
Well, it's actually, it's not very claustrophobic. I've driven over closed cockpit cars, and it's a totally different feel. You can see better around you. You kind of get an idea of what's coming up on you. You can hear better. So, to me, it's just fantastic.
Can you describe the fun that you have at an event like this with your other compadres in your class have other iconic machines too? It's like taking a step back in the time machine.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just you know, it's a chance to get out, and when you're out there, you're not thinking about anything except what's around you, what's coming up. You know, it just requires total focus and total concentration, and that in and of itself is just kind of sets you free.
I just love this car. I love the color. I love the roll bar in the back, the mirrors on the side, and especially the Powered by Ford badge and that Cobra nameplate right on the front. Such a beautiful machine, but that's what I love this class. You've got the old Greenwood-looking Corvette, Mustangs. It's simply a step back in time.
And that's what it's all about, a step back in time. 48 years it took in the making, and it goes from strength to strength. You heard from John Noonan there, who is the president of both IMSA and of the historic sports car racing scene. And obviously that's the tie-in. This has given IMSA a huge outlet to show its history, and long may it continue. And of course Formula One celebrating 75 years last year, so there's a lot of accolades. 50 years, as you heard from John Noonan, next year for historic sports car racing. And yeah, I just think there's some really nice historic footnotes, if you will. And Mazda itself also celebrating 35 years of racing the Miata. And so there's some really nice synergies here throughout this weekend to celebrate. I hope you're enjoying it. Incidentally, as we celebrate Mazda, let's just remember that Mazda have won 24 Hours of Le Mans. We mentioned that, the 12 Hours of Sebring, Rolex Daytona, and 60 years of racing. Mazda Motorsports here in the States came together in 1999, in fact, and with the RX-7 and MX-5 Miata, they've been pretty much a part of the history for the last few years. And I'm delighted to welcome into the booth a man who's very familiar with coming into my booth anyway, David Hinton, and has been part of HSR as a proud member, as a member of the board as well. So therefore, a part of the moving and shaking of this historic series. And we've just had John Noonan in here, and obviously needs no introduction, nor do you. But tell me your thoughts on this, the Mitty, now in its 48th year.
It's amazing. 48 years, and it's going strong. It looks better than it's ever looked. It's very encouraging to see.
You know, John Noonan said sports car racing generally, especially in the States, is in a moment. And I thought that was a good way of putting it, because what does that mean? It means there's something special happening, and that's how it feels.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what John's doing on the IMSA side is just breathtaking. I mean, the attendance at Daytona and Sebring this year was out of this world.
And the world-class field, too, that's what really has blown my mind, is how many very, very world-class drivers we now have here. Not racing just in America, but around the world, and have found their way, whether it be outside of Indy or outside of Formula One. Just brilliant. And the depth of field. It's a compliment to, you know, the great designers and the guys that make the cars, isn't it?
Absolutely, yep.
Now, what have we got here? Does anything spark your interest here? We've got some great drivers out here, I may add. But, well, we've got Mustangs, Mazdas, BMWs, Audis. We've got a Volkswagen GTI out there, TCR. But one of a few TCRs out there. But it doesn't really matter. It's all a bit of fun, isn't it? And we've got plenty of Mazdas, more importantly. And that's our mark of the weekend.
Yep, so this is actually 3 races going on at this time. We've got the GT historic cars, and we have the TCR cars, and then the Group 5 HSR cars, which are the 911s, Corvettes, and so forth. So there's actually 3 races going on.
So when you say Group 5, I say Group 5, so that's your Porsche, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it's a big field. Yeah, got the Mustang. Yeah, it's quite a eclectic look, isn't it? So what have you been up to?
So, this weekend I've been a few meetings with Mr. Doonan and Mark Raffoff. I'm still pretty involved with the Rolex reunion at Monterey, where I last seen you.
We'll see you again.
I oversee the car selection, schedule, whole bunch of stuff from that event.
Exciting year for that event too.
It's going to be amazing. We've got Japanese performance with big commitments from Honda, Nissan, Toyota, Mazda. It'll be an amazing display. And for the first time, we're going to be doing motorcycles out there.
Yeah, I know.
Exhibition group for motorcycles. This weekend I've been doing a little driving. I'm going to do the Enduro this evening with Damon DeSantis in the yellow 911. I got to say hi to his wife Cindy and Laura DeSantis back home in Florida, watching this, I'm sure, with all the grandkids and daughters and sons. So they're all excited. But no, we've been having a great weekend, and I think these touring cars coming up, this is going to be quite a race. They're very equally matched. They're IMSA cars from about 5-6 years ago, and we've given them a home here in HSR, and it's really starting to take off.
I like that, what you're doing here with HSR, which is giving a home to some cars that don't get to be seen because they kind of fit through the cracks of not being classics, but maybe not quite as modern as they were. 5 years is, it seems doesn't seem much, but now 5 years is a long time in the way that the industry seems to shift forward. So yeah, I love the fact that you're finding homes for not necessarily always this, in other words, it's not as strict as some of the other events, and you want everybody. It's participation rather than exclusivity, isn't it?
Exactly. we have a saying, you know, IMSA makes historic cars every year for us.
There you go. Yeah, it's a good point. And I like the crossover with NASCAR also getting a look in, because NASCAR doesn't get the, you know, if you are an out-and-out NASCAR fan, great, because you see them every week and you know the history. But to actually see it and learn a little bit about it when, you know, you've got a chance at an historic event is great. So we are going to stilt the start here with the different types of classes. So away we go with the first group. About 10 cars involved in that group. And then,
so
as you say, group 5, 8, and 11 in total.
The Decon Monza there in third place actually raced at the 24 Hours Le Mans, I think in 77 or 78. Brad Frizzell, I think his name was, who raced in it. So that's a very historic car.
Yes, and I've seen that around too at various events. It's a 75 Chevrolet Decon Monza. And here comes our TCR cars. Ooh, that was a little fast.
Keep it going. Keep it
going. Yeah, keep your foot in. No. Oh well. So one of the TCR cars beaches it in the kitty at the Mitty.
He's trying. He's not giving in yet.
No. Come on. I've got a feeling that might just be a flag. Just looking down the list of the cars that we haven't mentioned yet. And there's some really interesting ones out there. Looking at the TCR field, there's the Audi.
Audi takes the lead. That's I think that's Scott Tyler behind the wheel there. I see a little damage to the right side of that Alfa Romeo. I wonder if he had contact with his teammate there.
Right at the start, maybe. I bet it's hard to see in the lower cars too when you're up against a touring car.
Yeah, we just gone full course yellow, so we're going to have to retrieve the Alpha from the beach out there on turn 1.
Yep. So John was outlining what will be a massive year next year for the 50th anniversary, and it just sounds so exciting. I mean, there's so much. And when he went through the whole calendar, there was like, there you go, there's your damage.
Yep.
When he went through the calendar, there was so much diversity, but I mean, it was almost exhausting to listen to it. There's so much going on. It's great.
Yeah. No, and this year too, with this program we did with Peter Auto in Europe to
get the cars over.
For NASCAR Classic, took it to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Classic Le Mans, should I say. That's been a big undertaking from the HSR staff. They've done a great job putting all this together. And I think to see, it's going to be actually 30 from America and I think 8 from Europe. So 38 NASCARs going down the Mulsanne Straight. I think that'll wake a few French people up.
What I said in my commentary earlier was they're gonna be all hungover on their red wine, and suddenly these 40 cars are gonna come roaring down the Mulsanne, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. And like you say, we'll wake up a few French and British and German fans, but they'll love every minute of it, especially when it's something that they don't usually see. They'll be they'll love it.
Yeah, but no, next year is very exciting with, like you said, the 50th anniversary of the Mitty, of the start, which is the start of HSR. I mean, it was started by Steve Simpson and Howard Turner as a Jaguar track day.
Yeah.
They were a member of the local Jaguar club and rented the track and invited some of their members out. And next year they invited the Ferrari club out. And Howard's wife says, "You're nothing but a bunch of Walter Mitties pretending you're somebody you're not." And that's where
where that caught on, And that's, just to explain, we explained it at the top of the program, but if you're wondering why it's called the Mitty, it is because, if you like, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, which was a story from 1939, a short story which got turned into a film. Danny Kaye started it in 1947, I believe. And then they did a remake of it with Ben Stiller, who produced and starred in it. Perfect guy, to be honest, to do that. Because basically the storyline is about a guy who has pretty much like the rest of us, a pretty mundane life.
Yep.
And, doesn't get to do these exotic things like flying Spitfires or command a battleship or become a major surgeon. No. We don't get to do those exciting stuff. Or be a racing driver. And that's like you say, why... she said exactly that. What's the matter with you all wanting to be Walter Mitty's? Because that was the if you became that was the lexicon for if you're a dreamer, if you daydream about being somebody special, well then you're a Walter Mitty.
That's right. No, we shouldn't call them racing suits. We should call them racing costumes because.
Yeah. Well, you're performing. That's for sure. That is absolutely for sure. Well, we are under caution here because we've had a spinner. One of the TCR cars went off. There's that famous 62 Mazda, which is one of the heritage features. Alex Bakura at the wheel of it. And, I heard from him earlier and just absolutely adores racing it and having a lot of fun this weekend in his RX-7.
So now, behind the pace car, all three different groups will line up together. There'll be no separate pace cars, so when we go back green here, it should be pretty exciting to see maybe some of these older Corvettes and Porsches overtaking some TCR cars.
Is it harder, given I said that this is all about accessibility than exclusivity? Is it harder to sort of get a field of cars that will race well together?
It is. It takes a little time. You have to kind of play a balancing act, and some groups work really well together and some groups don't, and you kind of over the year find out what works best. And we found the group 11 cars, which are the TCR cars, actually race pretty good with these older cars, so that's why they put them together, and it's been working good.
Yeah, because I know that having been around historics for a few years now, some drivers don't like the intimidation of being like a Petit Le Mans where cars are coming up on you at very, very quick speeds. And you've got to react, or you've got to know what's going on, both in front and behind. Yep. And that can be intimidating for some gentleman drivers. I know it would be intimidating to me because it's hard enough to concentrate on what you're doing yourself.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, we're underway again. The TCRs are off and running, and so too are the leading pack. Achura leading the way in the 62, 65. Denal right behind him, though, Jeff, in that 65. There you see it. So the two Mazdas go head-to-head.
And the big American Brute V8s starting to wind them in a little bit.
Yeah, the Decon Monza. Flame-breathing cars, these. And look at the lead that they pulled away, the top three. Mike Smith still fourth, John Snyder in fifth, Blake Wilson in sixth, Rab Smith in seventh place in the 1993 Mazda RX-7.
So Mike Smith in fourth place is actually driving a very historic Porsche 935. I think that's a twin-turbo K3 model. So that's quite a handful to drive when those old turbos with all the turbo lag kick in. So
yeah, that's an old car, 1980.
Yeah, he's doing a wonderful job with that car.
You like this circuit? I mean, I know it's a driver's favourite.
It is. It's a great circuit. Yeah, one of the best.
What is it that you like about it?
The elevation changes. Yeah, the blind corners. It's very challenging.
Yeah, it's an easy circuit to learn. It's a hard circuit to be fast in. Everybody said that. Yeah. Got a quick glimpse there of the 37, the Corvette C3 Roadster from 1968. Looking down that main back straight before turn 10. Nice view there from the drone. And the field spreading out nicely. Here, 5 of the 8 laps gone as a Mustang goes to the inside. Looking for some purchase on the inside, but will he get it? Maybe not. Good little bit of racing there between those two.
Yep.
And that's classic Road Atlanta, isn't it?
And Mark Colbert's right behind the red Mustang in that white 911. That's his first weekend with that car. He just purchased it a week ago and showed up at the video. Yep. So he's doing a great job for his first weekend in the car.
Yeah, and we just saw the Cobra. Oh, no, that's the... Oh, that's gone, isn't it? Sadly. Never like to see historics parked up, especially smoking. Not a good look at all. Well, there you go.
This Chevron B16 coupe.
Yeah.
Looks like his Cosworth has expired, unfortunately.
1972. We go back another 10 years from that 1980 Porsche we were talking about, and that was a 1970 car. And it looks as though that Chevron may need some work. But the race continues. Patrick Bean out front. That Monza is a Deacon Monza 75. As we look at the 28, that was McCormick. We spoke to him earlier in the day. Let's go down to Matt Yoakum. What have you got, Matt?
Well, to further add to what Mr. Hinton was talking about with NASCAR Classic going to the Le Mans Classic and those stock cars going to be thundering, I had a great conversation with Dave Roberts, who's been a long-time HSR campaigner. He had a IROC Tribute Porsche that he was running here this weekend, but also he had to pick up a Penske Miller Lite stock car because he had a conversation with Mr. Hinton about the fact that NASCAR going to Le Mans, and he goes, yes, he goes, I want to be a part of it. And Mr. Hinton says, but Dave, you don't have a stock car. He says, I don't today, but doesn't say I won't tomorrow. And sure enough, 2 days later, he was on Bring a Trailer, and he happened to see an old Penske Miller Lite NASCAR Cup car. He bought it. He got with the folks at Penske, got the entire life documentation of the car. They went through it, and that car is going to be one of those NASCAR Cup cars thundering down the Mulsanne Straight. Dave and everyone else just cannot wait to go. And again, thank you to Mr. Hinton for all he has done through the years, helping shepherd the vintage culture and helping build HSR.
Hear, hear. Nice words. And I love stories like that.
Thank you, Matt. That's very kind of you. Matt and myself got to judge at Amelia Island back in March and got to know him a little bit more. And Matt's what we call in England a true petrol head.
Oh gosh, yeah. I've learned that in the lead up to this week. He was. I mean, his attention to detail is second to none. I love it, and that's why he's having such a good time out there. I know it. So, what are you most looking forward to a year ahead, as it were? Because you're going to be, I'm sure, involved. I was interested to hear about Travis Engen's Monoposto. What would you call it? Project?
Yes. Yep.
Right guy and the perfect guy to lead it forward or keep it going, you know?
Yeah. No, HSR's committed to try and get open wheel cars back in the paddock. You know, we've had a big absence from them for the last 4 or 5 years. But Travis is rounding them up, and I think this event in Watkins Glen in June will be our Grand Prix Classics features, and you know, we're going to build on it. I think there's plenty out there. We just got to prove to them that we have a home for them. We're going to give them the track time, and I think we'll see a big growth in that group over the next probably.
Yeah, and I like I said, it's something that needs to be looked at and nurtured. It's harder, I think. Single-seaters, you know, don't have the sort of notoriety and the remembrance, as it were. A lot of them look the same.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it's hard sometimes to put the history on them immediately and understand what a difference is between a Formula B or a Formula 3 even, or a Formula Ford, and then take it forward and see where they stack up against the modern Grand Prix cars of the day at the time, Formula 2 as well. You know, it's single-seaters is a bit more complicated. There's nothing complicated here, but I didn't think the historic headlines around the world would be Mr. Bean wins at the Mitty in a Decon Monza.
Yeah.
How about that?
Good job.
Patrick Bean, though.
Yeah. He's a great driver, fine young man. I think he's probably about 30 years old and been driving this car for a few years now, and he just does a really good job.
I bet it's a handful too.
Yes, that big V8 in there. Todd Hurdle builds the engines of that thing. It's such a great car. The Le Mans history.
Another car parked up there, one of the Porsches. So there's been some action for sure. We've had some little bit of drama out there. Luckily nothing too heavy. It doesn't look as though we've had any contact, at least car-to-car contact. But that was the number 12 just parked up, and that is Colbert in the 911 Carrera from 1974. Here it is. Well, a little bit of damage. He may have tapped the wall there because he's on the inside at turn 1, which is a weird place to be. How's he got there, do you think?
I think he probably lost it coming around the corner and then hooked it and went to the inside.
Yeah. And then just tapped the left-hand side and spun it around, In fact, you can probably see the tracks. That's it, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes. But that's that's what we call a flesh wound in Monty Python terms.
Yep.
Not much to that.
Just a mere flesh wound.
A mere flesh wound. I'll carry on. But it's a win for the Chevrolet Decon Monza from 1975. Patrick Bean. Matura in the RX-7 took second place, and Donnell in third. Let's take a look at the highlights. And we got underway, and it was that Decon Monza on the inside that led early on. The Mazdas were involved in their own little fight, and so too were TCR. And it's TCR that went spinning off into the gravel and caused the safety car to come out. But we got re-going again, and they had their own battle, but there was debris to deal with as well, so that slowed things down again. And here he comes, the number 84. Patrick Bean having a great day in the 75 Chevrolet Decon Monza. Plenty of overtaking, always into 10A. One retirement, or one major retirement from mechanical issues, that number 49 Chevron going sideways somewhat. Then the Porsche number 12 went off, but it didn't stop this man, Patrick Bean, as he powered on to a very, very confident and well done victory by over 10 seconds. And confirmation of the results then. Groups 5, 8, and 11, the legacy racers. Patrick Bean with the win in the 75 Decon Monza. Alex Batura in the RX-7 from 91. And Jeff Durnell in the 95 Mazda RX-7 in third. Then it's Welsh. Gary Moore in fifth place in the Shelby. Mike Smith. Claire Schwendeman in the Corvette taking seventh place. Matt O'Toole eighth. John Schneider in ninth position, and Danny Stewart in the Audi RS3 taking 10th position and leading the TCR group.
Who's piloting the 1975 Decon Monza. Coming up next.
So as we look at the famous S's here at Road Atlanta, there is no more famous a look of a track. You know it instantly if you are into racing. And we're here for the Mitty. My thanks to David Hinton for being here and all at HSR. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from the Mitty after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. Muscle cars, supercars, rad cars, one-of-one in the Spec cars. Coupes, convertibles, compacts, liftbacks, fastbacks, and hatchbacks. We love them all because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers.
Celebration with the guy who finished P2 second, but it must seem like a win having an opportunity to drive such an iconic car.
Yes, it was amazing. It really is an honor to drive a car from the 90s, totally analog. Even though I got P2, but I worked so hard, I felt like I was fighting for P1. Yeah, so Just an amazing race. Mazda gave me like an amazing vehicle to work with. Nothing broke, and consistency wins. So it's been awesome, and thank you HSR and Mazda for this experience.
Looking at what you normally drive in, looking at the cockpit, the feel behind the wheel, what's the biggest sensation you take away, Alex, from driving this iconic RX-7?
So, you know, this RX-7 actually drives like an MX-5 Cup car at the limit. So it, from that standpoint, was natural. Everything else about it was completely different. The violence of the engine, it is explosive at the top end. By the time I even start thinking about shifting, I'm already at the drive limiter. So you have to stay ahead of the car. The tires are so wide on this thing that I feel every crack and crevice. I feel like it's a bucking Bronco. It's taken me for a ride than me driving that thing. So yeah, it's been an amazing experience. Very
surprised they let you race the entire race.
Totally surprised they actually let me. A guy like me let me run this thing. So yeah, awesome. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. So hey, I'm here.
Alex Bashera, feels like a win, P2, but boy, getting a chance to drive this iconic RX-7, that's like a grand slam home run.
Great stuff, Matt, as always. And yeah, what a thrill. It was a thrill to see it, and I'll bet it was more than a thrill to drive it. And you can see Alex is absolutely delighted by that opportunity to drive our featured classic and our featured mark this year at the Mitty, and that is Mazda. Now, as we get ready for our next race, and before we do, I'm going to give you the grid for the GP Classics coming up, and here it is. Small field, but Giano Torino in the Ferrari A1 GP, a storied history there. Then the Panos DP01, and of course we heard from Nolan Alla a moment ago. He was here in the commentary telling us about that car, about racing. Alex Berg, another youngster coming up in third position, and Jean-Luc Liverato, Joel Quadracki, and then Bruce Hamilton the third. Mark Giroux, again, he was involved earlier and starts again, this time in 7th, and Scott Dick in 8th position in the 2005 Dallara. Travis Engen will be at the back in the Lola, but knowing him, he'll come through in that T97. And Travis Engen will round out our group of cars for the Grand Prix Classic. And talking of classics, I'm joined by one. He won't appreciate that. The track commentator for many years here at Road Atlanta has looked after me solidly, built me a beautiful tower to work in, even gave me air conditioning and curtains to work with. But David Miller, thank you for coming in. You are a busy, busy man here. Not only do you run the system and, work out things, but you talk the talk too. You make the systems for the audio, but then you talk on them.
Well, I made the mistake, to be honest with you, Jonathan, of demonstrating that I was capable of other things.
There you go.
After building the sound system starting in 1985. But I've had the pleasure of working with professionals like yourself over the years who gave me a chance and said, hey, you want to jump in? So I did.
Perfect. Well, talking of jumping in, here's Matt Yoker. What have you got, Matt?
Well, I'll tell you what, every time that Decon Monza drove by, I'd conjure up images of Al Holbert when he ran one, the Cookwoods Racing Yellow when they ran one. So, Patrick Bean, what was it like behind the wheel and just the roar and the thunder coming through the cockpit?
I'd like to say it's another day in the office, but it's absolutely not. It's certainly not lost on me. It's a great car to drive, an absolute rocket ship, and, a joy every time I strap in.
Describe the fun factor. Lap
so my headline was Mr.
Oh, it's off
wins.
the charts. The car has more go than you could ever need, and plenty of stick, and it's a lot of fun. But you got to slide it to drive it. So, looking out that side window often, and that makes it fun. Plenty.
What a beautiful car. What an awesome sound is it with thunder by every time down the front straightaway. That Decon Monza, Patrick Bean wins here at the Mitty.
Welcome back. I say welcome back, but we haven't gone anywhere, but back to the track coverage anyway. And I've got David Miller, who is the official track announcer here and has been for many a year. and well, pretty much you'll throw yourself at anything, really. But you've seen everything that comes here, and I was keen to talk to you because if we're celebrating the Mitty, which began in '77, and then we kind of look at the year ahead. If this is spring, then we finish the year, or you finish the year with, of course, Petit Le Mans. So what a combination of races, and it all in between, whether it's bikes and cars. You get it all, don't you?
Well, fortunately, 2 weeks ago we had Moto America.
Sure.
Trans Am was just here, which you're quite familiar with.
Very much so. Done both.
SCCA Super Tour 6 weeks ago.
Yep.
But over the summer, we're looking forward to Drift Atlanta in just a few weeks. Huge, totally different demographic here at Road Atlanta. We'll have 25, 30,000 people up at Turn 10.
Wow.
And then, of course, over the summer, we look forward to SCCA returning again. HSR will be back. But then the headline event, Petit Le Mans, 10 hours of world-class endurance racing.
Doesn't get any better.
Does not get any better.
No, I I've never been to it, but I watch it on tape.
What?
I know. I've never been to it. I've watched it on TV religiously because it is a cracker, and it's often the decider for IMSA, and it always is spectacular. But were you always a race fan, or did you kind of fall into it with your audio side?
I was a race fan. I was literally here in 1970, the first professional race ever, the 1970 Can-Am. I was 17 years old with my brother, nose in the fence at Turn 5. When that field of Can-Am cars came by for the first time, 7-liter V8 Thunder.
Yeah.
I was like, I like this.
Yeah.
So,
once you get that bug, it ain't going, is it?
Yeah, goosebumps thinking about it.
Listen, talking of being into this, I know you've got a good friend watching on our broadcast right now, so I want to give, before we start this race, I want you to give him
Shout out to my racing buddy, Alex Alexander. He and I go to Indy every year. We're big open-wheel fans. That's why I'm excited about this upcoming race. But a shout-out to Alex, who's facing some medical issues. And he's a racing fan. And fortunately, he's been enjoying your commentary all day.
Well, we've had some great guests, I must admit. And, yeah, it's been a fun time. And we've got some fun races here because this is the GP Classic.
This is going to be spectacular, I suspect. You're going to see the Ferrari and the Pinoz 2007 edition Pinoz going nose to tail with ridiculous lap times in the 110s, 111s, which you just don't see typically.
And am I right in the history? That Panoz would have been built here in Braselton, right?
In Braselton, absolutely.
So here we go then. Small field led by the Ferrari A1 GP. Beautiful sound, a combination of Delaras, Lolas, Panoses, and that Ferrari, that A1 Ferrari, which has got a storied history.
You've got to love the sound of the Pinoz. That's a V10, naturally aspirated engine, and it just whines and screams, as does the Ferrari. There's nothing better than the sound of a F1 Ferrari.
Yeah, I was talking to Nolan, who drives it, and he said it's 770 brake horsepower with a Judd engine in it now. And he said it's pretty fun, I can imagine. And as he locks up going into 7, you can understand why. But he's under pressure from Alex Berg, who's pretty handy himself. Another driver who's on the way up and will drive anything over a weekend.
Well, you're looking at some absolutely world-class machinery here.
Oh, yeah.
And world-class drivers, as you mentioned earlier. These are not just old rich guys.
No.
I mean, these are silver-rated FIA racers.
Yeah, Nolan, was talking about having Nathan Allen, the man you're looking at right now, has just been to New Zealand in FR, taking on the best of the FIA F3, the up-and-coming superstars of the future, and the championship won by an American, Ugo Chukwu, who is a name that may sound exotic, but I'll tell you what, it's going to become an American staple very, very soon. He's in FIA F3. Nolan Allen, also an Indy Next driver, has been, and looking to do Mustangs as well. So you never know at an historic race. You might just bump into the next future star.
I think you're going to see that in Nolan, certainly. I was chatting with him earlier. I wouldn't be surprised to see him end up in IMSA.
Yeah.
Although I would love to see him in IndyCar, which he's already had a shot at that with Indy Next. But something tells me that with his stature, he might be perfectly suited for GTP racing. Love to see him there.
Yeah, that Panos was part of the Champ Car World Series back in the day, and I don't know if the lights on the mirrors were part of that.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's interesting. Never seen that.
But it goes back to 2007. Now, it looks as though the leader's been given a time penalty. That could have been just jumping a little way from the line too quickly. So that's going to make a difference.
It's going to hurt.
It's going to hurt. That's why he's put the best time in at 1:13.062. But that's only 0.3. Yeah, there you see it. Just a little bit aggressive there.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times this weekend, unfortunately. But I tell you what, he's justifiably on it quick because he knew he was going to be challenged by Nolan.
Yeah, he did, and he's got that. He's got that advantage, which now he's really going to put his head down because, as you say, Nolan Alla is. Well, he's on almost like. In fact, these two are identically matched in terms of lap times, and then we go back a little further to some Indy Lights cars. A little bit slower, but it's just as impressive and just as exciting to race, I'm sure, as we take a look at the Dallara from 2007. That's very much an Indy Lights machine, taking a nice move on the 44 of Quadracki, who had a good run earlier in the day. And he's in that Lola T97 from 1997. Alex Berg still third, though. And it is Giano Turini in the Ferrari A1 GP car leading the way.
3 laps in the books, as they say.
Yes.
Working lap number 4, Jonathan.
Yep, short races, but fun races. And these two looks as though they're going to go all the way.
I'm just tickled to see this quality of competition at the Mitty, but it's what you learn to expect. The tradition of this race has built up over years.
Yeah.
And we have a tremendous attendance, and people look forward to it every year to come to Road Atlanta in the spring and enjoy the finest racing you can see in the world. And these are literally world-class cars and world-class drivers.
Well, you know this, David. I was watching social media, and it's amazing how many people put the Mitty down as a go-to for the start of their season. It's kind of like, okay, I've got these weekends, I've got spring break, I've got this, but the Mitty's up there when it comes to a race fan.
Well, with me, it's the Mitty, and then it's Indy.
Yep. Yeah, it makes sense. So how many Indy 500s have you been to?
16 in a row.
Whoa! Well, I've done about 10.
My first one was in 98. I took the family, and just driving under the turn 2 short chute into the infield at Indy, goosebumps.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah, I've got to cover it for a few networks around the world in the past, including Australian networks when, trying to think of his name, but not Will Power, but I'll remember it in a minute. But covered it for Sky Sports, and of course there was always a Max Chilton or somebody like that.
You're not talking about Scott McLaughlin?
No. I'm talking about the Aussie. Got pole position a few years ago. Anyway, long story. Let's get back to the racing.
Indeed.
Number 2 is Scott Dick in another Indy Lights from 2005, a Dallara IP8. Scott Dick in 9th position. Travis Engen gone up a position. Travis in front of him, there he is. Got his Red Bull helmet on.
Right now, a mere 1.487 seconds separating your leader, Sereno.
Yeah, it's not much, is it?
And, I mean, that's, extremely close. And there's still a chance that we might see Nolan overtake Giano.
Well, he's trying to stick with him because they are sort of swapping fastest laps. They've got down to 2:12. I have the leaders. So they are going at it as we watch this distinct battle also for 7th and 8th between Travis Engen and Scott Dick.
How many times have we seen Travis out there?
I don't know how he does it. I mean, he's a
I think he's close to 80.
Yeah,
he's thereabouts.
I think they should, if AI is the future, they should name an AI model Travis Engen because
right.
I mean the guy's just mechanical. Gets out there, just keeps going.
One of the fun things about all the competition this weekend is the you've got racing within the racing.
Yes.
And lots of battles throughout the field. And if you take the time to pay attention to that, you can really be entertained. The battle between 7th and 8th can be just terrific racing.
Now, getting into traffic are the leaders, and this is going to play into Nolan Alla's advantage here. He's caught right up, and as they come across the line, look at this, folks.
Nose to tail
Nose
going
to
into
tail
one.
here at Road Atlanta, turn 1. The Mitty at full strength as the Grand Prix Classics put on a show. As they come through traffic, we have a race.
Absolutely, Jonathan. This is fun stuff. Ferrari versus Panos.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't Ford versus Ferrari.
That's unique.
Well, that Ferrari car was controversial. It was based on the 2004 Formula One car, but it was purpose built, powered by Ferrari for the A1 GP of 2008. So plenty of grunt and 4.5 litre V8 engine, putting out about 630 brake horsepower. And as Nolan Alla was telling us earlier, his car behind, that DP01 made right here in Braselton, Georgia, puts out about 770, way more than you need, but that's why he's able to stay with them as they come through 10A. And he's going to have one, maybe two more chances at it, but you know this track better than anybody. Where would you make the move if he's going to make it, or how would you go about trying to catch him?
Ideally, Nolan would like to be right on Torino's tail at this point and stay there until he gets to the backstretch, coming into 9 and 10.
Yep.
And going down the hill from 9, you go driver's left, make the pass, cut in front of him as you come into 10A, and try to hang on to it as you come up the hill and under the bridge, the Fox Factory Bridge. But I just don't think he's going to be close enough to take advantage of that draft.
A lot of people say, why don't you defend coming into 10? Because it's the obvious place to overtake. And I know what they mean when they say that. The trouble is, defending at 10 means you lose a lot of momentum and drive. And if you're defending to the inside especially, and you cover off the inside, you lose drive on the exit of 10A and don't have the drive at 10B.
I make that comment all the time. You want to be in second place on the penultimate lap, taking the white flag typically at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, good point. Well, a man who knows. David Miller alongside me, the track announcer here. And we've had some fun times here, both on 2 wheels and 4. And like I said, when they put this tower together, it just made the whole place even brighter. It was always a good place to come. White flag out then, and we had a race on, but look what he's done. Has Giano Torini in that last lap. He's used the back markers and used the power of what that Ferrari A1 GP car can do. And he also took it down to a 1:12.1 to a 1:12.6. So half a second quicker than Nolan Alla in second place in the Panos. A little bit more traffic to deal with, but I think this at this point would say he's got this under control. Alex Berg in third is still very much in this race, but on his own, if you will, a little further back.
I think it's easy to say that Giano and Nolan have got big futures ahead of them.
Yeah. No question. Well,
world-class talent.
Yeah, and Nolan was in here, and we were talking about how so many youngsters are using historics to kind of, show their wares, as it were. Sometimes you get into a field of Indy Lights or FR, and, you're one of 28 drivers, and you may or may not be at the sharp end. But here, maybe, you've got a little bit more chance to shine and show what you can do. Gianni Torino doing a very good job in that Ferrari A1 GP. And he takes the checkered flag to win the Grand Prix Classics here at the Mitty. Nolan Alla comes across the line, but of course that penalty has not been enough for Torino to turn it round. In fact, that's exactly it. Nolan Alla actually is the winner in the Panos DP1 at home at Road Atlanta.
How exciting is that for Nolan?
Exactly, and he got it by the fact that our leader, Gianna Torini, just jumped and got a penalty for jumping the start, and that's what changed.
Do you think he'll do that tomorrow?
No.
No.
He might try it, though.
He might.
And Alex Berg, a comfortable third, but some ways back. And Quadracki in fourth position, and Hamilton the third in fifth.
Both racers giving each other kudos as they cruise through turn 7. Kudos from each other.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
sure they
cool.
told him that there was a penalty given, and so he didn't have to overkill it. Yeah, well done. Good racing.
Jonathan, I thank you so much for the
Oh,
opportunity to
my
sit in
pleasure,
with
sir.
you.
Thank you for looking after me all these years.
I've enjoyed it. You're one of the top professionals I've had the pleasure to work with.
Very kind words, folks. We've done it in 2 and 4 wheels, haven't we?
I guess 3 are next.
Yeah, we'll have to try the 3-man. we'll do the 3-wheel races. Well, thanks, David Miller, joining me here in the booth. We'll take a look at some of the highlights of what was the GP Classics. That's 4C here at the Mitty. And we got away with a good clean start by the Ferrari-powered A1 GP car, and then the lights blazing on the mirrors of the Panos. DPO1 of Nolan Alla sparking his way to try and stay into contention. And good battles throughout, with the Indy lights further back down the group. Giraud, Engen, Dick all involved. Here's Travis Engen just holding off the number 2 of Scott Dick. And it got pretty tasty at one point when they started to go through traffic, and that's Engen and Dick we're talking about. Then it got really close. But all this time, this man had a penalty, slightly jumped the start of the rolling start as they came down out of 10B. And that was enough to give Nolan Alla the actual victory, even though across the line it was the winner, Nolan Alla. But it was Gianni Torino who crossed the line first, but it doesn't matter because the win goes to Nolan Alla. And we met his dad, and we met Nolan. He came in the booth, so well done to him. Really enjoying his racing, and he's going to be doing some Mustang racing very soon indeed. Alex Berg takes third. Joel Quadracki in 4th position, Bruce Hamilton 5th, Mark Giraud 6th. He does beat Travis Engen as their little feud continues, 6th and 7th. Travis 7th, Scott Dick 8th, and Jean-Luc Liverata in 9th position. In a moment, we'll hope to hear from the top of that field after this. But it's been a good day of racing. It's been a bit of a worry when it came to the weather, but you never know, and it stayed off mostly. We had a bit of drizzle right at the beginning of the day. But other than that, the Mitty has been pretty. We'll take a short break. We'll be back very soon.
Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. Muscle cars, supercars, rad cars, one of one in the spec cars. Coupes, convertibles, compacts, liftbacks, fastbacks, and hatchbacks. We love them all because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers.
Whitman.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
Well, I think if we look at the job description by Nolan for this weekend, it's a combo platter of racer but also announcer. Great job in the booth, even better job behind the wheel.
Thank you. I'm just trying to be like James Hinchcliffe or the other guys that have gone from racing to being in the booth. My dad worked in television his entire life, so maybe he taught me one or two things while I was growing up. I don't know.
Well, you certainly have much better hair than Hinch does, and Townsend Bell and a few others. But what's it like driving this screaming machine?
Oh, it's unbelievable, especially at a track like this. It's, I don't know. The only other lap I can think of that's been something like this was Mark Genet doing the sub 1 minute lap. That's how it feels out there, even though we're going 10 seconds a lap slower than him. So it's just an incredible track. The whole festival this weekend is really, really cool. Vintage racing is just amazing. For a lot of professional drivers come out here to do this, and it's just a different type of racing. It's a community, it's family, it's really, really cool.
Old school.
Old school, yeah, 2007, yeah.
Nolan takes home the P1 ribbon, and what a day he's had on track and on our broadcast.
Yeah, he's had a busy day, hasn't he? Great, though, that he can come up to the booth. His dad came in, and I said, oh, get him up here. Has he got time? And he said, yeah, sure. And I said, great. So, and it was, I want to also thank Evan Slater, who also came up here, and obviously David Hinton and many others who've all been part. And great to have John Noonan, who you can tell that John Noonan is just enjoying this patch of just, if you like, sports car legacy. I mean, it's just been wonderful. IMSA is at the top of its game very much, and to back it up with the Mitty and so many of the other historic races that he talked about. 50th year next year. Watch out for the HSR calendar coming out and see if you can beat one of the events. Certainly the Mitty is one, but Watkins Glen is another. There's so many good ones. Anyway, let's hear from our sponsors before our next race. HSR, the Mitty 2026, is brought to you by HMS Motorsports. We are motorsports safety experts. Downforce Motorsports, experience the thrill of high-performance cars. So we get ready for our next race, and here's your starting grid for the Vintage Cup, presented by Sasco Sports. That's Group 2, and this is their first race. We've got all sorts of interesting cars in this one. And John Guttel in the Lotus 7 from 1962 will line up in pole position. Randy Green in an Echidna Special from 1959. Echidna, really interesting car. GSM Dart, Morgan Plus, that's the second row of Dennis Olthoff and Kenneth Greenberg. Larry Ligas lines up on the third row with Evan Banach in the Acura Integra, and then Bill Ritchie, Charles Hollerud. And a little further down, Bob Van Zelst in a Porsche 356 Speedster. I love those cars. Honda Prelude. And they are in 10th position, or he is in 10th position. That's Don Odridge, Jack. And then Chris Wattrell in 11th place. Christopher Sloan, Tom Briest, Zach Lane, 13th and 14th. Stacey Stevens, 15th, and Bill Treffett, who's had a good weekend so far, down in 16th place. Then Dennis Jones, Mark Pomeroy, Paul Brewer in the Nissan, Roy Saunders in another Porsche 911 from 66, Tennell, Guest. Derek Drinkwater is 23rd, Steve Conson in the 64 MGB. Good British car. Love to see it. Now, I mentioned that we will be down on the grid, and we are, and we've got somebody from the third row. That's Larry Ligas, and he's with Matt.
Now, coming up next is the Vintage Cup by Sasco Sports, and Larry Ligas, you're rolling off fifth, but tell me about your beautiful car.
Oh, thanks. This car got me into British cars. I've owned this car since I was 15 years old, and I bought it for $100. It took me a year and a half to restore it, and this is what I drove in high school and college and everything else. I actually dated my wife in this car, and we celebrate our anniversary here every year, and it's our 42nd this year. So she's out there. Hi, Deb. She's watching live on TV. So, but it's you know, it's been a great ride with this car. I also race an E-Type Jaguar. It wasn't ready to come here, so we took Old Faithful to Daimler over here to keep going. And man, I'm having a great time. I qualified 5th, and we're real close to each other, so it should be a really great race. I've been racing for 30 years in HSR, so pretty familiar with this area and this track and everything else. Always a blast. So.
This has become a generational event, and everyone talks about the pilgrimage every year to the Mitty. Can you describe just the big family that this event has really become.
Oh, absolutely. It's a family event. I mean, but that's what vintage racing's about. It's one big family, you know. I got a good friend of mine that always said, I don't put a race suit on, I put a costume on because we're pretending that we're real race car drivers. But I tell you what, we do a lot of competitive racing here, and it's fun, but we love each other, trust each other, and that's what makes it so great.
It certainly is a beautiful car, tons of incredible history, and Larry will roll off fifth in this beautiful red, blue, and I just love the pinstriping.
So you got just a little bit of an insight into some of the drivers here enjoying the heck out of it in that Daimler SP250 from 1961. And boy, does that have some history, including how he met his wife. I love it. Doesn't get any better than that. So we've got BMWs, we've got Corvettes, we've got Porsches out there, the odd Ginetta and Nissan, you name it. We've got it all out there. This is going to be a cracker. The Vintage Cup Group 2 coming up. Let's head it down once again to Matt. What have you got now, Matt?
I'll tell you what, Johnny, this final race, I'm so excited because this probably has the eclectic class that we've seen here at the Mitty. I've seen everything from a VW Rabbit, an MG, I see a BMW, we've got, I think, a Corvette back there, some Porsches. But one thing, look at this beautiful Morgan Kenneth Greenberg, because on board, we've got a couple onboard cameras that will be shooting front and back to give you a great bird's eye view of what Kenneth sees, especially in his open cockpit Morgan. I love the wood. This is such a throwback to the old days when we first started road course racing on the streets, like up at Watkins Glen, Road America, you name it. So Kenneth Greenberg, he's got a beautiful car. Let's see how he does with those onboards. You can hear it fire up. I'm loving the sound of all these engines, Johnny.
And you're quite right to do so. I love it. Here we go, and we'll get some real insight here because, as you can see, we've got the onboard. I love this. You can see what he's doing, how he's working the wheel. Just making sure everything system-wise is working too. In fact, we've got a real insight here. We can see the RPM, we can see the brake, we can see the throttle, and yep, there's all the temperatures, oil, etc. And great to have that graphic input as well, especially in a historic race. And we get ready for this huge field, and we've got some very interesting cars out there. I haven't mentioned that Cadillac yet, but we will, and you will see it. But as they head out now for the Vintage Cup, we'll try to get through as many cars as possible because this is a big field, and got a few different classes as well. We've got the VP1 class, VP2 class, VP3 class, Vintage Cup class 2 and 3. Also VM1 and SSD class as well. There's the onboard. Just getting it up to temperature. We talked about this, very important part of the race actually, is to get everything as it should be. Interestingly, the reverse camera upside down at the moment. But hey, we'll take it. We'll certainly see if there's anything coming in the rear view mirror, that's for sure. And we've also got the track map down there, so just come through the S's, back up the hill now. And from here on board, you really do get a chance to see how tough this particular corner is. And one of the drivers earlier said that this, in his opinion, is the most important corner, or can be, in a race. And that's the onboard we've got with Morgan. Because it leads to this, it's not a mini straight, but this is of the turn 5 where we put Ron out. That's our cameraman Ron, because we know he's the daredevil, and so it's a very fast right-hander, so we put Ron out there, and here he is doing the business. Well done to all of our cameramen today. I asked them to pick out their favorites. None of them have answered, so I'll just pick them for them. But there's plenty to choose from in this race. you haven't seen a racing car like that before. Unless you are a big historic fan, which I'm sure you'll be going, oh yes. But there's been some pretty exotic cars out there this weekend. And this will be our last televised race of the day, the Vintage Cup. Got some Lotus 7s out there. Ginetta G4 from 1967. I think it's easy to remember how far Ginetta go back to the 60s. They made their name more recently. The little company in Leeds in England. And of course, Lotus Alans that steamed over to the USA back in the 60s. We've got 266 Lotus Alans out there. Some Porsche 911S's. 356 from 1961. Got a 67 MGB Roadster and an MGB from 64. And the Echidna Special is out there from 1959. Green at the wheel, but we're with Kenneth Greenberg as we get ready for the start. And here we go, folks. That's what it's like to be at the Mitty in the thick of it. There's that 356 in the middle of your shot there. And here's the Vintage Cup, presented by Sasco Sports. Group 2, Race 1. They'll get 2 races as the weekend continues. Through comes the 122 of Sloan. That's the MGB from 1963, a pretty little car. As we go back on board with Kenneth Greenberg, and this is what it looks like once you get to the crest. And I think this is the toughest part of the circuit because you're going downhill. You want to go faster, but you've got to be careful. Touch one of those yellow or blue painted stripes, and it can go all horribly wrong or all out of rhythm, put it that way. It won't stop you or turn you around, but if you smash over those curves too heavily, then it could slow you right down. And Larry Ligas, we just got a quick glimpse of him. The Daimler, currently in 5th position overall. Back with Greenberg in the 67 Morgan. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? And it's great to have the modern dash, or digital dash, to see what gear he's in. Going down the back straight now, up to 4th. Sounding absolutely fantastic as well. Now into 10A, here's your possible overtake. Not to be here this time, but we've got one now. And wipers on, interestingly enough. I wonder if there's a bit more rain out there. That's the 22 of Derek Drinkwater in pursuit. Under 10B they come. Here comes the 250. Now up to 4th place. He's got up a place, actually, Larry Ligas, in the Daimler, and passes the 26, now up to 3rd. So he is on a run. But here comes Greenberg in the Morgan. Good Morgan. Over the crest they come, and a good 3-way battle this. And Larry Ligas now up to 3rd. He's got past Dennis Ortloff, but it's still Randy Green leading the way in the 66. The Engineer Special. And here we go on Greenberg now in this 3-way fight. Now he's coming up to 6th, the right-hander, and what he should do in normal circumstances is just line himself up to get to 7, wait his time, and then use the back straight to make his move. And he's doing just that, tucking himself up nicely at 7, as is the next pair of cars. In fact, they're all doing the same. And now we see it from the drone. Here come the leaders. Down to 10A. And you can see how long at the straight this is. It's deceptive when you look at track map. It's a really long way down to this 10A, and then it's anchors on before. And as you can see, in fact, that little battle didn't come to anything at 10A. This might, as the 45, but the 22 is in the perfect spot, and that is the way to defend perfectly here at Road Atlanta. Just make yourself a menace now, though. He's tucked up. Here comes the Morgan again. On board, under the Michelin bridge, down the main straight, past our commentary position. Quick look in the mirrors. Turn 1. Deftly fast through there, and you've got to be oh so careful to get that right. Meanwhile, this battle continues. .45 of Ritchie, and Burnett in the Acura Integra just ahead of him. It's the 221, in fact. Got 21 on it, but it's actually down as the SSD class. Burnett in the Integra GSR. There's the 45 behind him in the Honda Civic SI. And back with Greenberg in the Morgan. And he's still battling. They've dropped the third car, but now there's a two-way battle. So plenty to look at in this one. And here we go. We'll get a great opportunity to see how to go racing here, where to make that move and where the pitfalls are. Down the back straight, under the Motul Bridge they come. Another look in the mirror. And top speed, as you can see, 4 gears, just the top gear of 4th. But it's plenty enough power-wise, but it's just not enough to get on level terms with the Daimler. And he holds him off again into 10A. That just looks like a fun drive. And down the hill. Down the main straight again. He looks good on this first sector, that's for sure. This is the closest he comes. And he just dodges out. Is he going to make the move? Yes, for the lead. But he's got to hold on to it. But through goes Greenberg. Up to third place, past Larry Ligas. Nice little move there. Meanwhile, another little battle here. And that's the 66. Leader at the moment in the Achita Special. Just trying to see if he was battling for first and second, if that is Randy Green and John Goodall. And it is. So the battle is on for the lead. And we haven't focused on it too much, but it'll get more interesting as the laps turn down. Here's the BMW. He's got his own battle with the 1-2-2 of Christopher Sloan. That's Tom Briest in the BMW just ahead. And that's the battle for 9th and 10th place. Briest in that 87 BMW 325i. David Stevens also part of that crew, driver-wise, and they'll be taking, I'm sure, the Enduro race. And it was Christopher Sloan in that MGB just behind the 1963 as we go back with Kenneth Greenberg, who's now got some clean air to deal with, and he's in a good position at the moment. Morgan +4 from 1967. You know, interestingly enough, Larry Ligas hasn't dropped it yet. And, well, we're looking at the upside-down view. But he wants to keep a check in the mirrors because he's not gone as the number 250. Here he is. Wife watching in the grandstands. They started dating when they met after he bought this car. And they've been racing it, what, 42 years, he said? They've been racing and enjoying the festivities of the Mitty and I'm sure many other events as well. I love stories like that. Back with Greenberg. Just as he comes under the little bridge, hits 95 miles an hour, just hits over 100 as we leave him. And this is holding up again. This the battle for 9th and 10 between Tom Braced and Christopher Sloan. Sloan in the 63 MGB. And here he comes, trying to make a move on the BMW. Now, if he can make the braking as late as possible, he actually will be in a better position on the outside than the BMW. This is what we were talking about with David Miller earlier. See, he's defending well, the BMW, puts himself in the middle of the road, but if the MG stays ahead, there you go, he's got him. And there's not really much the BMW can do because he's lost a lot of power, a lot of torque from being on the inside because you have to slow down to get round the corner, which loses you overall, and you can see the gap yourself now. What, 2 or 3 lengths in a matter of moments. And now he's got another MG to deal with, it looks like, in front of him. Chris Wattle just ahead. And he's in a 66 MG Midget. My grandma had one of those. Not a lot of room for me and the dogs back in when I was a 5-year-old, but we made do. I love historic racing. It's so different in terms of you've got different types and makes of cars from different years, but it makes for a great display of interesting designs, different ways of going about the same job. Talking about going about the job, the 66, what a beautiful machine that is. It doesn't get any prettier than that. And that just looks like the thing to be in. Chidner Special from 1959. That's the beauty of the Mitty. You just never know what you're going to see. But that's nice. Very nice indeed. Sounds nice too. Starting his penultimate lap. And yeah, how about this? It's carried on, this battle. And Larry Ligas has got ahead of Greenberg again. Meanwhile, as they come to the top of the crest, he's going to make another move. And he takes the position back. Not many overtakes there, but he's got him. Randy Green then, on his way to victory here at the Mitty. The Lotus 7 of Guttal in second place. And Larry Ligas now up to third. So that is an almighty battle for the podium. And this one's good too. And this may be only for 7th and 8th, but it's hard fought, that's for sure. Bill Ritchie doing everything in his power, and they're trying to use the slower car, or he is, to get ahead. Down the back straight comes the Morgan. A watchful eye in the mirrors, and you can see he's got the mirrors side by side and then the mirror in the middle as well, and he's using all of them as he takes the line down towards 10A. But here comes Larry Ligas, and that was a lovely overtake, and he gets it all squirrely under braking, but makes it nicely. And now can Greenberg do anything in the last couple of seconds of this lap? But it's been some great entertainment, that's for sure. Excellent onboards here to enjoy. And here comes your leader. He's on his last lap, dealing with the traffic, and got to keep the concentration here because the cars around him now are a little bit slower. Oh, and you can see it's caused a problem, and it's caused a race for us. Because back comes Jean Guttal, almost taking the lead there as they got past the 06 Porsche. Now they come into 6th for the final time. And this race isn't over. Randy Green had a moment there. And the little Lotus 7 almost jumped. Couldn't quite do it. So down the back straight for the last time. And this has been an intriguing battle. Here comes the 45. From 7th place, he's trying to hound Evan Banath into a mistake. He locks up there in the 221. Meanwhile, the leader comes out of 10B and under the bridge for the final time. And it's going to be the Echidna Special from 1959. Just missing out on the fastest lap. That goes to the man behind him, Goutal, in the Lotus 7. But victory then for Green. Randy Green then takes victory in the Vintage Cup Race 1. Here comes Kenneth Greenberg, and he's not going to pressure on the last corner. Larry Ligas, who does take the final podium place. Great battle between those two, and you can see Larry is delighted with that, but I actually think Greenberg was pretty happy with that too. We heard from him at the beginning of the race, and we also heard from Larry Ligas. But well done to our winner, Randy Green. Great day of racing, and the Mitty just continues to go from strength to strength. A festival-style weekend, sprints, enduros, and even NASCAR and prototype classics. Plenty to see. If you're in the area, car corrals, club gatherings, vendor villages, auctions, parade laps, as well as plenty of action. VintageRacersForRescues.com. You can get yourself a dog or a cat. But talking of cat and mouse, it was just that in a great race with a very eclectic field for our Vintage Cup Group 2. Leading from the start, Randy Green, the 221. That was probably the man in the most burnout, that is, in the most hard-fought battle in his Integra GSR. But we got some great onboards from Greenberg as these two went head-to-head throughout the race. There was a few moments for the 66, who had it in the bag until they came up upon traffic, and then the Lotus started to come into his own and use the traffic to his advantage. This little three-way battle ensued with three very different cars. And in the end, it was Randy Green in the Echidna Special 1959. This was the moment I was talking about. So they come across the traffic like this, and look at that, head-to-head, wheel-to-wheel, but in the end, it was Randy Green. Confirmation then of the results of our Group 2 Vintage Cup, presented by Sasco Sports. Race 1, 8 laps in the books. Randy Green with the win. Jean Goutal in second place in the 1962 Lotus 7. Then Larry Ligas in that Daimler, Daimler's 1961 SP250. And then Kenneth Greenberg in the Morgan Plus 4 from 67. Dennis Althoff in 5th place. Evan Banath in that Acura Integra. He had the most storied day with his SSD fight with Bill Ritchie in the Honda Civic. And in that mix was Christopher Sloan in the 1963 MGB. Chris Wattle in 9th position in the midget. And then Tom Briest in that 1987 BMW, rounding out the top 10. So that concludes our coverage of the racing here at the Mitty. We've got interviews to come, and what we're getting to later in the day, I'm glad to say the weather has stayed nice and clear at least. We had a bit of a drizzle, but it's been very nice indeed. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Mitty and hope it continues for 48 years more to come. Let's take a look now with our sponsors.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta. It's the Mitty in 2026. It's been a fun day and it's been a fun weekend, and we've seen a really good cross-section of historic prototypes and NASCAR and this, single-seaters, sports cars, and of course, Sportscar Racing is what HSR is all about. We've had every form of different kind of car throughout the weekend, and it's been a lot of fun. Let's head down once again to Matt Yoakum to our winner's interview from our previous race.
Well, he started on the front row in Randy Green, a stellar drive. How would you describe that race?
It was tight and fierce. Great competition. So I got a helmet on. I got another car to drive.
Exactly. And that's the fun part about this. You get a chance to drive a lot of different vehicles over the course of the weekend.
That's right. You guys did a great job. Great weather held out. Very happy. Got to thank my crew there. They make it all happen.
All right, they're pacing. They're ready to go. Go down there and get your other car. Randy Green, P1. He's going to try to add another ribbon with that fantastic medallion by winning the Mitty to his trophy case.
And that is the essence of the Mitty, isn't it? Jump out of one car and into another. Randy Green, well done. Good on you. Wow, what a great day it's been, and I hope you've enjoyed our coverage on Racer TV. I wonder what, back in 1977, Steve Simpson would have thought of what has become of what he started. An amazing history, some 48 years now in the making. It's a huge part of IMSA's legacy. Congratulations to John Noonan, to John Claggett, to all those who put this event on. It's been a real joy to be part of the Mitty for the first time. But I'll leave the final words to Matt Yoakum as he takes us home.
Well, Johnny, I got to tell you, what a fantastic weekend. The fun meter has certainly been pegged. And when you look at HSR's, the 48th annual of the Mitty, it always exceeds expectations, always rated E for everyone. You look at the ages from little fans up into longtime core fans. We've had everybody here this weekend, and what an education it's been with our featured mark Mazda bringing out their heritage collection and all the different cars throughout the paddock from the 50s up to current day. And this is one of those events where every year you always mark it down that I need to go next year. Trust me, if you haven't been, you need to go, because this event is a family reunion. Thanks for everyone that's helped us out through the course of the weekend to bring to you our love and our passion for the car culture, especially the sports car world. For everyone here at HSR, I'm Matt Yoakum, and on behalf of Johnny, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time at the track.
Hagerty, we don't see cars as things. They're unique, alive, and loved. We buy them, wrench on them, and sometimes curse them. But most of all, we drive them. Muscle cars, supercars, rad cars, one-of-one in the spec cars. Coupes, convertibles, compacts, liftbacks, fastbacks, and hatchbacks. We love them all because cars are for driving, and Hagerty is for drivers.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
New plan. Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?